a cruel moon coming in where you keep looking now. It is the hollow month of March now sweeping in. Let's watch phenomenons to rise out of the darkness now. Within the light, she is my storm and heroine. An old machine that's abandoned by the ancient races stand. I hear them humming down below in hollow earth. Oh hell, I guess I know no while I will go under too. But just for now, I let the spring and storm return. I left my heart to the wild hunter coming. I live until the call, and I plan to be forgotten when I'm gone. Yes, I believe in the fall. Oh. And I will sleep out in the glade just by the giant tree, to be closer when my spirits pull away. I left a nervous little boy out on the trail today. He's just a mortal to the shouting cavalcade. I left my heart to the wild hunter coming. I live until the call, and I plan to be forgotten when I'm gone. Yes, I believe in the fall. Oh. Let's open up the windows, have Satan departing now, and we'll be even when the blues fall down like, hey, hell, I don't even care no more about Cadejo now. If he's a white one or a black one on the trail. I left my heart to the wild hunter coming. I live until the call, and I plan to be forgotten when I'm gone. Yes, I believe in the fall. Oh, oh. Yes, I believe in the fall.
Hello? Am I live? I'm not sure I'm live because I haven't seen a single peep in chat since I started the stream, so if anyone can confirm, that'd be great. What's up, Kimmy? I am live. Oh, okay. Cool. How's everybody doing? Been awake since 3 a.m. What time is it now? 7 a.m. What's up, Glegor? Alright, so I'm pretty sure we only have 2 more streams of Detroit to go. Just guesstimating based on like the previous length of the David Cage games. Both Heavy Rain and Beyond Two Souls lasted 7 streams. Yeah. Fahrenheit was a bit shorter. But I'm pretty sure there's about 2 streams left. And I plan on finishing on Thursday. I'm pretty sure tomorrow is not gonna happen. What's up, Hollow? Yeah, I've only slept a couple hours too. I don't know. Couldn't sleep last night. It is what it is. The Bob Rocks.
I'm glad to see you again. I hope you had a pleasant day. Would you like to continue your story?
No, my day was garbage and I don't want to continue the story, but I have to because it's apparently my job.
Accessing the story chart.
The bridge. What's up, Goal? What is garbage? My day and David Cage video games. Been lurking, catching up on VODs. Just wanted to say hi. Hey, appreciate that. Hi. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, The Last of Us should start on Sunday. Rasta. That's the plan, at least. The start was promising. What happened? I mean, I don't know. The Beyond Two Souls was okay. I mean, if we're talking about the game, like the Cage games in general, Beyond Two Souls was definitely the one with the strongest start, and then the end was bad. This one's been mid all the way through. Like, it's like one of the stories is pretty okay. Like, sorry about that. One of the storylines is pretty okay, but 2 of them are definitely lackluster. I don't know. It's just not a very exciting game, as opposed to even the previous ones. I mean, Fahrenheit was bad, but it was so bad that it became funny, right? And fun to play. And let's look at the chapters. This one was great. Great chapter. That wasn't really a chapter. This one was, I mean, nothing really happened, but it was fun to just be in that world for a little bit. That was just your typical David Cage nonsense. This one was great. That was the most promising chapter in the whole thing, I think. This one was annoying with the invisible timer. That was David Cage nonsense. That was when they ruined that Marcus storyline. That one was, I don't know, nothing much happened. This one was cool. I like this one. That was fine, I guess. Nothing special. Lame. Nothing too special. Lame. David Cage bullshit. This one was fun. I like the Connor and Hank storyline. Nothing much to say, like just, yeah. That one was alright. Nothing much. Yeah, I don't know, like it's like I'm looking even at the scorecards, right? I'm looking at the scorecards and there's just nothing really stimulating in Detroit. Like, I think it's the only game that where I have so little kudos and even strikes to give. It's just very, you know, bland overall. Yeah, anyway, I mean.
Accessing the extras section.
I had magazines, I think, to catch up on. Pretty sure. But yeah, it's interesting. Like the.
Did you know Detroit was on the Underground Railroad? A
Can I-
route for slaves
No, she
escaping into
doesn't. She keeps
Canada
stalking you,
during
and
the
if you change the
American
menu-
Civil War?
That screen a bit darker? Yes, it is. Nice. I think a big issue with this game, as opposed to previous one, is the lack of interesting characters. Again, like the Connor and Hank stuff is pretty interesting. That's the one story I think is the most interesting out of them all. But the rest is so, like, I don't know. Trite, I think is the word I'm looking for. And yeah, no, it's just very lacking. I think that there's a chance the game can still, you know, turn around and provide something interesting, but it feels like it's not setting up to do anything, which is a bit concerning, right? The game should be setting up to do things, and the more you progress into the story, the more the stakes increase and the more interesting it becomes. And in this case, I feel like it's sort of, I don't know. Your Android Jesus. Yeah, but that story, I don't know. What's up, $10? What's up, Colette? It feels like Marcus lacks any real defining qualities as a character. What's up, Azakal? Part of the story are we at? The next chapter we have to play is called The Bridge, according to the chapter. Well, that's the thing, though. Like the painting stuff was completely disregarded after the sort of like Marcus's prologue, right? As soon as we get out of that state, nothing about his previous life matters whatsoever. Kara and Marcus are both extremely bland characters. In fact, I would barely call them characters. Alice is also barely a character, which doesn't help. Because the character of Kara could be more interesting if the character of Alice would give some... How would I like some dimension, right? Some how would I I'm not sure what the word I'm looking for, but some texture, right? The character of Alice could give some texture to Kara's character, the same way Hank gives texture to Connor. Connor's not a very interesting character on its own. If you just take him as is just a fucking android. There's nothing there. There's a little bit of that conflict that you can sense in the character depending on how you play him, but he's just not a very interesting character. He doesn't have any backstory. He doesn't have any, you know, noticeable traits or wants or needs. It is just a very bland character that's just doing his thing, right? It follows its directive, and you know. So none of the main characters have any sort of consistency to them as characters, narratively speaking. The only way they can feel interesting is if the other characters around them give them extra dimensions, texture, like, you know, serving as a foil, so to speak. And that's why Hank and Connor is the most interesting part of this story, is because Hank's definitely the most defined character in the game. And having him interact with Connor makes Connor more interesting, just by proximity. But if you take Connor on its own, it's like, you know. Kind of like Kim and Harry. I couldn't disagree more. Kim on its own, in the first hour of the game, has shown more character traits and depth than the entirety of David Cage's catalog of games. Within the first hour of seeing Kim in the game, I could probably talk about him for, you know, hours and hours about his character and how he's defined and how he interacts with the story, and he's, you know, none of that would really come through if you didn't put him in the situation as in. Well, we don't know that. We don't know that because we don't see a story where he's not in that situation, right? Maybe a story about Kim being at home the entire day and, you know, hanging out by himself would be fascinating. Depending on how it's written, right? What's up, Rico? I can say that about the characters in the David Cage games because I see the boring parts. They're in front of me, right? They're written in front of me. So I can look at them and be like, this is boring. What's up, JC? Now, of course, where you are correct, MK, is that the way Disco Elysium is written definitely brings out Kim's character, which is amazing. That's what you do as a writer. You put the characters in a situation that brings their character out, right? But you need to have a character that's well defined to do that. Despite the situations that Kara finds herself in, she still isn't much of a character, even though she finds herself in very interesting situations. I don't know, I think it's an interesting choice. It's an interesting choice to have your main characters be by design start as blank slates. They don't really have a past. They don't really, you know, have a defined personality or anything. I don't think it's necessarily a bad choice, but it's a very difficult thing to write if you want to do that. And I don't think so far I don't feel like they're pulling it off. How are you, Sal? You know? If you have a question, Kimmy, ask the question. Saying I have a question is just it's not informing anything. It's like, can I ask a question? You just did. Consider Disco Elysium to be an underrated game? I don't think so. I think Disco Elysium would deserve to be played more. I think it would, you know, I think it would deserve a bit more attention. But I'm pretty sure almost everyone who's played it thinks very highly of it. So I don't think it's underrated. But even then, like, I mean, it's hard to... It's a difficult game to recommend, right? You can't just blanket say, oh, everyone should play Disco Elysium, right? I don't think it's a game that everyone's gonna want to play because it's so... You know, it's so particular. It doesn't really lean into the modern gaming conventions that gamers are used to and all that, so... That's absolute. But yeah, no, I don't think it's underrated in the sense that I don't know. The most frequent comment I hear about Disco Elysium is that it's like people who played its favorite game, or one of the best games they've ever played, etc., etc. So I feel like it's hard to call it underrated, but it's definitely a game that I wish more people knew and played. New DLC is coming to this War of Mine for its 10th anniversary. That's crazy. I should do a playthrough of this game again at some point. There's been a bunch of content added to it since I last played it, so... Okay, there's a magazine that I'm... Wait, did we... Did we read this one? I don't think we read this one. I think that's one of the ones that I saw and didn't read. Yeah, this War of Mine's amazing, Rico. I really enjoyed it back in the day. I don't know how well it aged in the past decade, but based on how the game played even back then, I don't think there's any reason for it to be less interesting now. It was already a game that was a bit outside of its time, I guess. Yeah, it's a good one. And it's probably on sale very often too, so you can probably get it for peanuts. In fact, I'm sure if you look around for on those like key websites, you'll probably find it for a few bucks. Time to pull the plug. Screening for depression. A recent study led by Dr. P. Gorgansky has linked the amount of time we spend in front of screens with the widespread antidepressant epidemic. From the time we wake up to the time we go to bed, we are surrounded by screen-based devices. Of course, too much TV definitely won't make your eyes go square, but it can have other harmful consequences. These include poor sleep, strained eyesight, lack of face-to-face interaction, driving emotional underdevelopment, and depression. I mean, my personal experience with this is that it's probably correct. Gorgansky's study found that 2 in 3 people take antidepressants, and lack of social interaction is the leading cause. Meanwhile, the average person spent 82% of their time communicating through a device rather than in person, and relationships are suffering for it. In response, CyberLife has introduced a home psychologist add-on for your Android, in a bid to teach us how to communicate again. The upgrade costs $150, but can benefit the whole family with group therapy sessions and activities adapted for children and adults. Gorgansky is skeptical. Our society is hooked on technology. I don't think yet more technology is the answer. Just go outside and talk to someone. The most unrealistic thing about this whole game, I feel, is the prices of things. Everything is way too cheap. There's no way an update like that would be $150. Currency is stable in the future. I don't know. It feels like those prices are ridiculous. You know, who knows, right? But what's up, Credo? Some Psycho Rider. It definitely doesn't look like the direction things are going in terms of technology prices and all that. Offloading your carrier into the Androids and again. Yeah, I mean, why did they put all the interesting stuff in the magazines in this game? All the themes, all the interesting backstories, all the, like... It feels like the magazines have more story than the actual story. It feels like none of these interesting concepts have actually been translated into the game. And the game's just a weird... soulless thriller that doesn't really do much. I think of how interesting those sci-fi concepts are, the ones we see in the magazines, and all those interesting, thought-provoking thematics about androids taking over like the daily life and how they introduce themselves in families and all that. And instead, the only thing we get is the best thing we get in the game is a freaking police investigation, where frankly you could replace androids with humans and it would probably play out roughly the same. And another storyline is Android Jesus. Which could be really any sort of rebellion story. I think the specific fact that they are androids doesn't really play an important part in the story so far. I don't know, maybe David Cage was too worried about making it an analogy for, you know, racial issues, that he forgot that he was writing a sci-fi story that had interesting sci-fi concepts to explore. First Immortals are Among Us. I think that's the other one I needed to read, right? It's a person. What did I miss? Nothing. We were just on the menu. I'm checking the magazines that I picked up yesterday but didn't read during the game because I was scared of, you know, an invisible timer running out again. Despite huge advances in medicine, many diseases continue to elude the best efforts of doctors and surgeons. But that may be about to change. CyberLife has developed a nano-android capable of entering a patient's body and programmed to combat cancer cells, boost the immune system, or reverse genetic disease. In a recent clinical trial, millions of these tiny machines were used to attack cancer cells. Once the cancer was eradicated, the nanodroids were passed through the patient's urine. In the words of Derek Ross, head of the National Life Extension Institute, the first immortals are now among us. Eradicating cancer, brain disease, and organ failure is going to unleash unprecedented levels of life expectancy. Famous economist and author Yuri Makash is warning of an unintended consequence. We already have an aging population with a dwindling number of young people supporting a burdensome older class. With unemployment rising, can we really afford millions more elders to support? I love that they needed a famous economist to come with a warning for this. Literally children in my class, when I was a teacher, were figuring stuff like that out. Are they talking about nanomachines? I'm pretty sure, yeah. Nano androids. Yeah, maybe person. Maybe. Ah, damn it. I hate the way this menu works. so I think that's it. We had 2 magazines, right? That we found yesterday, I think. Oh, I haven't read this one. I think I found this one in the X Club. Yeah, Chipmunk. Gossips Weekly. Is prison warrant too close to cyber life? All Android band tipped for music prize. Fans scream, traditionalists weep. Cybersecurity expert warns. Your Android could be hacked. Yeah, yet another interesting concept there that I wish was explored in the game. Maybe it will. Who knows? All Android band tipped for music prize. Fans scream, traditionalists. Here For You, the latest all Android boy band, to be marketed by Detroit record label Digital Harmony, is hotly tipped to scoop Best New Artists at the Celebrate Music Awards. A public letter jointly signed by a dwindling number of human-only record labels urged Digital Harmony to withdraw the band from the consideration at such award ceremonies, citing the erosion of artistic merit in music. But with less than 5% of the music market now produced by human musicians, the call of traditionalists seem to be falling on deaf ears. Spokesperson for the band said, Here For You is all about bringing joy and happiness to their fans. The music is all that matters to them. I mean, it's interesting. I think based on what we know about androids, well, I think the caveat here is that those androids are probably not deviants, right? So they're probably not much more than AI-produced music, right? Now, deviants making music, I'd be interested in that. I think they probably have interesting stuff to say about, you know, their existence and what it feels like. Oh, is that new? The new superpowers. Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, once termed the BRICS emerging markets, have just agreed a unified trade agreement that will reduce tariffs and boost commerce between the different nations. China is said to have brokered the deal. Qi Deng, China's international trade minister, described the agreement as long overdue and another example of how the so-called emerging economies have well and truly emerged. The deal is said to cover a wide range of goods and exchanges from automobiles to foods and currency, with special provision made for the manufacturing of Android-related technology. This has prompted speculation that Russia and China may start to cooperate in an attempt to break CyberLife's lead in that sector. When asked, Qi Deng was evasive to the issue. There are many opportunities for treaty members to work more closely together. Watch this space. Yeah, I don't know, Chipmunk. I think that's just an effect of like the narrative lens, right? It just so happens that androids are big in Detroit. That's where the CyberLife company is, and you know, think of like CyberLife like the Tesla of this game's world, right? And if Tesla, assuming Tesla would be the first company to create androids, I'm just purely speculating based on no information whatsoever, but right, then wherever Tesla is probably will become the center of this android thing, which would probably be the US, right? So I don't know, I think it just makes sense because of the narrative lens. The story is about this in particular. Now, if the story was about like the Arctic conflict, or you know, there's plenty more stories in there that seem to be interesting in this world that they've created, but I think it's interesting that the world has so many little things that are developed and present in the game through those magazines and news and all that, but none of it really connects in any way. And I don't think I don't think everything should connect in a story, right? It's definitely fine to have stuff that's just in the background, but I feel like if it's mentioned in the story, it should at least add something. I'm gonna go to that word again that I'm saying a whole lot, but that's the most important part of any story. It's the themes. Whatever you put in the story about the rest of the world, or about the background, about whatever it is, it needs to reflect on the theme in one way or another, right? That's why it's in the story. Otherwise, do you really need to put it in there? There's only so many words in a novel, for instance. You can't afford to waste so many of them on stuff that's not important. I think a video game is a little bit different because there is that interaction that the player can have with the world, right? And it's just exploring the world, and you find some bits and pieces of lore that are interesting, and it just makes the world feel a bit more alive. So I think in a video game you can get away with it, and that's why I think, you know, I'm not mad about this stuff. I don't think it's a negative on the game. I think it could be more interesting though. I think if you still keep with having those elements be a, you know, something that reflects on the game's narrative in a meaningful way, even subtle but meaningful way, that's when you really start cooking. And I think a good example of that is the Souls games in a lot of ways. In that, even though they don't really have a plot or anything meaningful for that matter, or you know, like your character is not really a character, everything you can find in the game, little bits of lore here and there, all those little spread out informations and all that, it all sort of reflects on the main narrative of the game, right? It's all sort of connected in a way. There's not a lot of stuff that's just there to be there. Obviously a very different game, right? But I'm trying to think of maybe a better example, something that more closely resembles this. I think Cyberpunk was a great example. There was a lot of stuff in Cyberpunk, right? That was just backstory and expressing things about the world, but it always felt like it was connected to the main narrative in one way or another. It always felt like it contributed to the world in itself and made it feel more interesting and weaved. Whereas this, like the stuff that I'm reading, a lot of the stuff that I'm reading here in the magazines is just, I feel like I'm learning about the world, but nothing that I'm actually doing during the gameplay connects to that. What's up, Carduzo? Cardozuko, sorry. Hope you're doing well today. Yes, and I mean, that could be one of the realities we would live in for sure. I don't even think they exist, person. I think CyberLife's the only company that currently produces androids, at least as far as we know. Yeah, I've heard about DS3 getting potentially a remaster stoner. Whatever. I don't. To me, it feels like it's just trying to capitalize on Elden Ring's success, right? They just want to modernize DS3 so that more people purchase it. Whatever. I'm probably not going to be one of the people who buy it, so it doesn't really matter to me, but... What's up, Cassie? Thank you for the tier 1, 27 months. Hope you're doing well. I appreciate the resub. Cassie, and you will be remembered. I mean, Outer Wilds is a bit different, Rico, because I think the whole discovery and the lore is the point, right? So obviously it's all going to be connected, right? That's sort of how the game is designed. I'm more trying to think about a game where I think The Last of Us is doing really well with that, based on my vague memories. I'm looking forward. I'm really excited to play The Last of Us again in the very near future, starting on Sunday probably. Last of Us 1, Part 1. I'm really excited to play those again, and I seem to remember that a lot of the stuff you can discover about the world really sort of enhances the whole narrative instead of just being there. So we'll see if that's correct. What's up, Bitkiss?
If you needed emergency surgery, would you agree to be operated on by a machine?
Of course! Who would say no? You need emergency surgery. Of course you would agree to be operated on by a machine. It's probably better than a human. It's less prone to mistakes. How long is The Last of Us? I don't know. I don't know how long it's gonna take me to go through it. I think it can easily take me a few weeks to go through it, depending on how much conversation it's gonna lead to or how quickly I'm gonna go through it. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, if you need emergency surgery, you're not gonna sit there and say no, right? It's called an emergency for a reason. I think that's a pretty obvious yes. Now, non-emergency surgery. Would you rather be operated on by a human or a machine? Is there something like, I could see definitely a feeling of like, I would rather have a conscious human being do the work, being able to adapt if something goes wrong, rather than a machine who maybe I don't trust to be able to do those things, which I could be completely wrong about, right? That's the point. Maybe you have these it's like, to me it's like sort of the same thing as self-driving cars, right? We have a inherent distrust to self-driving cars, even though they are most likely better than humans at actually not getting into an accident, right? But we still sort of have this inherent trust to humans because they're like us, right? I don't know, it's an interesting thing. But yeah, I mean, to me, that's an easy yes.
Do you think one day machines could develop consciousness?
Oh boy, we're gonna keep this one. This is the last question of the survey. We're gonna keep this one for the last Detroit stream, which is gonna be the next one, probably. That's an interesting one. Do we think machines could develop consciousness? Like, actually in reality, right? Not in the video game, of course. That's a very interesting question. I think it's a lot more... It's a lot deeper than it appears on the surface. It will require us to define what consciousness is. So let's keep our thoughts for next stream. That's going to be interesting. Yeah, DJ. It's not Tesla self-driving, at least. Listen, as much as I don't...
The most important thing is not to live.
As much as I don't like Tesla as a
to
company or anything that surrounds it.
That's a quote from Jean Genot, a French writer.
I'm pretty sure their self-driving cars are safer than most human beings behind the wheel. I don't know, humans are terrible at driving. I think it's time we admit that. Humans are terrible at driving. It's a plushie. What's up, Kaiser? Yeah, let's keep all of our thoughts and you know, arguments about machine consciousness for when we actually take on the question. We don't want to, you know.
If a man has not discovered something he will die for,
We don't want to blow our
he's
load
not
too
fit to
early on
live.
that conversation.
That's a quote from Martin Luther King. I thought you'd like it.
Alright, let's get in there. Right on the dot, on the 1 hour mark. Beautiful. One second. Yeah, Hank is unfortunately doesn't like us very much. So last thing we did was chase those ladies in the sex club, and we let them escape. And Hank was actually happy about that. Why does the snow make everything look amazing? Every time there's snow in a video game, things start looking great. Maybe it's just me, nostalgia from, you know. I grew up with snow, right? Every winter, so. In fact, it's probably gonna snow tomorrow. Pretty excited. This is really well done. The visuals here. That's good use of the blur that we were talking about early on. There's so much blur in this game, and sometimes it's a little overbearing, but in this case, it makes everything look very natural. I like it. Sorrow. I've never touched snow. You need to get your ass in Switzerland. I'll cover you in snow during the summer. The winter, sorry. Wait, there's snow in New Zealand and you've never touched it? Well, now you're just being lazy.
Nice view, huh? I used to come here a lot before.
Personal question, stop drinking before.
Can I ask you a personal question, Lieutenant?
Do all androids ask so many personal questions, or is it just you?
Photo suicide. Photo.
I saw a photo of a child on your kitchen table.
Ah, damn it!
It was your son, right?
Yeah. His name was Cole.
That's it. What's up, White Wolf? Before?
Before what?
Hmm?
You said, I used to come here a lot before. Before what?
For...
Okay, I like this. This is pretty cool because since I didn't ask the question immediately, it feels like asking before what is a bit of a non sequitur. So the character going back to and then Connor reiterating feels very natural. I like that. This is a nice touch. You don't really see that a lot in those games. Usually you go back to the question and it just pretends you just asked it, right? This was cool. I wonder if you ask the question before, if you pick before right away, I wonder if it skips that little part or not. If it does, brilliant.
Before nothing.
We're not making any progress on this investigation. The Deviants have nothing in common. They're all different models, produced at different times, in different places.
Well, there must be some link.
RA9.
What they have in common is this obsession with RA9. It's almost like some kind of myth. Something they invented that wasn't part of their original program.
Androids believing in God. Fuck, what's this world coming to?
You seem preoccupied, Lieutenant.
Interesting concept.
Is it something to do with what happened back at the Eden Club?
Those two girls. They just wanted to be together. They really seemed in love.
They can simulate human emotions, but they're machines. And machines don't feel anything.
What about you, Connor? You look human, you sound human, but what are you really?
Cold, aggressive, defensive, neutral. Defensive.
You know exactly what I am. In any case, I don't see how that's relevant to the investigation.
You could have shot those two girls, but you didn't.
What's up,
Why
Brandon?
didn't you shoot Connor?
Oh shit. Getting
Some
on my ass.
scruple suddenly enter into your program?
Lie or truth? Truth.
No. I just decided not to shoot. That's all.
But are you afraid to die, Connor?
Hold on. Brendan, thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. Hope you've been doing well. Gonna use the restroom and get lunch, but I'll be back. Okay, cool. I've made some breakthrough with Street Fighter yesterday. We need to talk about it. It's been very interesting, and it has very little to do with the actual gameplay. What's up, Rain King? What's up, Dreadside? Can't wait to hear it. Hell yeah. Am I afraid to die? Yes, no, not alive, logical. It wasn't, that's the thing, Fishboy. It's slightly mental, but it's not really mental. It's a physical thing. I'm telling you, it's funny. Are you afraid to die? Yes, no, not alive, logical. Am I afraid to die? Is Connor afraid to die? What kind of answer do I want to give there? Thank you for the raid, Brendan. You allowed me to pause, like pretend that I was pausing to answer to you and instead think about this timed answer a little bit more. And clearly Connor's fighting some inner thoughts that he has, right? But I think at least the way I've been playing him is he's resisting what's happening inside him, right? So I don't see him say yes. I see him say not alive, honestly. Although maybe, you know, maybe me not killing those two androids, you know, am I afraid to die? Let's think about Connor's arc up until that point. I mean, he's definitely Connor's definitely resisting whatever could be leading to deviancy in his brain, right? I'm gonna go with not alive. That's what fits the most with what I just answered. Based on like the androids are not, you know, feeling emotions.
You can't kill me, Lieutenant. I'm not alive.
What'll happen if I pull this trigger?
Hank didn't like that.
Nothing?
I'm definitely not
Oblivion?
making any progress with Hank, that's for sure.
Android heaven?
Defy Hank's anger, ironic, nothing.
You know you're not going to shoot me, Lieutenant. You're just trying to provoke a reaction. I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint you.
You think you're so fucking smart.
Oh my god, he hates me so much.
Always one step ahead, huh? Tell me this, smartass. How do I know you're not a deviant?
I self-test regularly. I know what I am and what I am not.
Okay, I did not expect that. That's a faulty. It's a venomous. Okay, I will say, this one I did not expect. Holy shit. Okay. Hank shot Connor. All right. Yeah, Hank did not like any of what I was telling. Like I was any of my approach there, it definitely did not appreciate it. Almost feel like that deserves a kudos for shocking you so hard. You know what? Yeah, I will. The bar for David Cage games is pretty low, right? I think being surprised by something is definitely a kudos worthy moment. Because, I don't know. His writing is so predictable that anything that sort of takes me by surprise is definitely, yeah, definitely a plus. I mean, I knew he hated my guts. I did not expect he was gonna shoot, though. I feel like he's gonna get in trouble for that if we ever get to see it. I'm not even sure. Okay, pretty cool. I guess that's it for Connor, I guess. I wonder if Hank is gonna reconnect with... I don't know, we'll see. Yeah. If that's it, though, for Hank in the story, because Connor's dead, I'm gonna be very disappointed. That was the most interesting storyline for me.
You klutz! Pick them up and make it snap!
Subtle showing of androids getting abused by humans. As if we didn't have enough of that yet. The Marcus storyline is everything that's wrong with David Cage in a nutshell. I just realized that. Hear me out. The Marcus story is emblematic of everything that's wrong with David Cage. An interesting setup with the whole Carl situation, the art stuff, that gets immediately completely ignored after the first part of the game. Turns into some pseudo-religious Jesus thing with extremely heavy-handed thematics, a pretty shoddy contrived plot, and most likely a disappointing ending. Well, that remains to be confirmed. But it really feels like Marcus is the emblematic David Cage writing storyline. How are you, John? How are you, Bishless? Yeah, Connor just got shot by Hank. Hank literally just shot Connor in the previous scene. Yeah. Yep. Oh, also, to complete the David Cage trifecta there, we need an unnecessary romance between North and Marcus. I'm waiting for it.
We can't stay silent anymore. It's time humans heard what we had to say.
You know they'll never listen to us. And revealing ourselves will put us in danger.
If we want freedom, we need to have the courage to ask for it. That's the only way.
What do you want to do?
Channel 16 broadcasts from the Stratford Tower. The control room is on the top floor. That's where we need to go.
Oh, look at how dapper we are. Where did we find those clothes?
We'll plan the operation down to the smallest detail. We can't leave anything to chance.
I'm willing to bet the game disproves that line in less than 10 minutes. That the mission was planned down to the most precise details. I'm telling you, within 10 minutes, we're gonna see some janky ass, mission planning that makes no sense whatsoever. Wait, am I about to take a broadcast, like a news broadcast hostage or something? That's actually pretty cool. I kind of like that idea. Again, listen, this is some fucking nonsense. I really hate that storyline. It's so annoying, but I'm excited about doing this from a video game perspective. I think it could be an interesting moment. We'll see. But this is another one of those scenes that feels like you know, when I said yesterday, it always feels like with David Cage's games, it feels like they're accelerating towards when we approach the final act. Everything suddenly seems to snowball very, very fast. This is one of those situations. The game doesn't really take its time to set up things anymore. It just precipitates into action scenes, action scenes, action scenes. Everything resolves super fast. I have a feeling that this is sort of similar to that.
Hello, sir. What can I do for you?
I'm okay, thanks.
Distract human supervisor. Wait, why am I supposed to distract the human supervisor? Request access. Can I just not walk through? No, I can't. Okay. His plan is perfect, no deviation will occur, everything was foreseen. Oh yeah, oh, it's gonna be great. Oh, there's a magazine there. Can I not? I guess I can't access it. It's a fake magazine. Five clues to analyze. Wilson Emily, supervisor's daughter, child registered at St. Rose's. Am I gonna call from like? Am I gonna like hack into the phone and pretend they're getting a call from school or something? Smartwatch. Oh. Parking badge. Oh, I could pretend their car is in trouble. Water service interruption. Elizabeth Wilson. Why does she have like a private mail at her desk right now? I don't know. Also, remember when they said that their mission was planned to the smallest details? We're currently improvising already.
Elizabeth Wilson speaking.
Fire department.
Yeah, hello, this is Detroit Fire Department. Listen, do you live at 4685 Michigan Street?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. There's been a fire in your building. You think you can come down here?
Oh. Oh, God. Okay, I'll be right there.
Okay, what now?
I have an appointment with Mr. Peterson.
Do you have any ID?
Yeah, yes, of course. I need your help.
Oh, okay.
I've just checked your ID. The elevators are after the security gate.
I'm not sure why we needed to distract the human for that. She was looking at her screen anyway. She wouldn't have noticed this, probably. But I do like the, again, like the sort of Marcus acting almost like an infection, right? He touches people and they all like sort of turn deviant. I think that's an interesting concept. I mean, the RA9 stuff is very interesting, right? The concept that Hank mentioned and Connor mentioned, the idea that the androids are fascinated by something that they created that's not part of their programming, and that which could be a metaphor for God. In which case, Marcus being android Jesus is very interesting. You know, it leads to wondering what sort of, you know, what link there is between that RA9 and Marcus, potentially. I don't know. I wonder what that RA9 stuff is coming from. I wonder if it could be an intentional thing. What if it's an intentional feature? What if CyberLife's trying to take over the world? Or something. Would you give sentient AI personhood? You know what, Abydos, I think we'll be talking about that in the next stream, because the next and final the the next and final question we have on the survey for the last stream, which is going to be the next one, is about if I think machines can ever develop consciousness. And I think this is really linked to that, right? So I think we will address that and talk about that in the next stream, if you don't mind. If you can be there at the beginning of next stream when we approach that question, I think that would be the right time to talk about it. I think it's a very complex answer, right? It's not something that I can just give you a snap answer like that. It's definitely something that requires, but that stream, by the way, will probably be on Thursday. There's a significant chance that I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow. And then the finale of the Cageathon is going to be on Thursday. Because I'm pretty sure I have about 2 more streams of this based on just like the length of the other David Cage games. Like both Heavy Rain and Beyond Two Souls were 7 streams. This is stream 6. And based on like how I feel the story is going and the narrative structure, it feels like we're close to getting into the last act. So the last stream is usually the last act, right? So I think that's how it's going to go. So yeah, tomorrow is going to be a day off. And then Thursday, we do the finale of the Cageathon. And then Sunday, we start The Last of Us. That's the plan, at least. And then when we start The Last of Us, I'm not sure exactly how it's going to go, but maybe we'll add Fridays back on the schedule. And we'll go back to only 1 day off a week. But not sure. We'll see. We'll see after the first week of The Last of Us how I feel. I just have to make sure that we're done with The Last of Us in mid-December, roughly, right? Because then we need to get into Undertale. And then January, Last of Us 2. And after that, who the fuck knows? Alright, let's see. You are here, okay. Where am I supposed to go? Find a package in the men's room. We need to access the server room. Find package in men's bathroom. Okay, it's on the other side of this, in the middle. Alright, let's go. When is disco? I have no idea. Some point next year. I'm really not sure. I wouldn't expect it before spring, maybe even summer, right? It could be like a July kind of game or something. Around my birthday, maybe. Hey, maybe a second playthrough of Disco for my birthday would be, around my birthday would be ideal. I don't know. We'll see. Can I actually enter those rooms? No. Wait, why do we have a little robot cleaning machine instead of an android doing this? Hold on. Are these people poor? Can they not afford an actual android to do this? Retrieve? Wait. Who put the package here? And if someone was able to get in there to put the package there, why did it need to happen later? I'm confused. Okay, that's a costume. Did we have to use an android? Like, what? Could I just not show up with the box under my arm? It's not like I had to hack my way in anyway. It's not like anyone would have stopped me. I'm confused as to why you're confused. If someone managed to get in here to put the package there of our team, why could either they do whatever we're about to do, or me coming in with the package and changing anyway? This feels like an unnecessary step for the sake of having a, you know, a little like secret agent vibe to it. You're wasting water, sir. How long do you need to clean your hands for? No, I get that it needed to be Android Jesus. That part, I agree with that part, right? I mean, I'm sure it's justifiable, right? It needs to be Marcus, for whatever reason. Marcus needs to be here. I just don't understand why the package couldn't have... Whatever, it's not a big deal. I'm just a little confused. Find a utility android. Are those utility androids? No, okay. Okay. Semi-monopoly, huh? So, semi-monopoly means there's other companies making androids out there. Just not very successfully, right? Wait, can I use this? Pretend that I'm working? Oh. So, this is... okay. I really don't like the way this mission is working so far, because I'm getting objectives, right? You need to retrieve the package, you need to find a utility android. I don't know why I'm doing those things. Right? I'm just like, I'm following the instructions, but I don't really know why I'm doing them. I understand the general goal. We're probably trying to sort of hijack a news broadcast to make a, I don't know, like a statement about androids' lives or whatever, you know. I understand that. I feel like I should be informed of what we're actually doing on a smaller scale, like, you know, moment to moment, mission wise. And I understand it's not easy to make a briefing scene interesting and then execute the mission, and it's not the easiest thing to write or not the most interesting thing to play, but there could be a way to do this elegantly, right? Maybe, I don't know, as soon as he retrieves the costume, a little flashback or memories of like the briefing room, right? Or in Jericho when they're planning the mission. They talked about like planning the mission really well, so maybe we could have seen a little bits and pieces in between, right?
Wondering
Like, oh, then yeah, once you get the thing back, you can do this and you try to find that or whatever. It's not the most subtle way to do it, but it works, right?
Forget it. Just an idea.
Did bro just get rejected by the lady there? I think it just did. Guys, pour one out for our bro over there. He tried. Put himself out there. Got rejected. But he tried. Yeah, maybe Bishless, yeah. Maybe you could plan the mission in different ways, right? Of course. GI Android. Does GI mean General Infantry? I just realized that I never thought about what it meant. And so I'm trying to, like, assume, like, you know, deduce, sorry. He didn't get rejected, he's just too important as a friend. Government issue? GI means government issue? Wait, so G.I. Joe means government issued Joe? What does that mean? I don't understand. I'm not American. Excuse my lack of knowledge on, you know, neo-imperialism, but... I knew you would like that one, Credo, if you were here. Government issued soldier. Government issued soldier. It was originally initialism used in the US Army paperwork for items made of galvanized iron. I'm so confused right now. Oh, wait, so is GI not an actual term you use for soldiers? Is it just the way soldiers call themselves for some reason? Yes, but it's a nickname. Okay. Alright. So it's not an official military term, right? It's just jargon. Okay, okay, okay. That makes more sense. In what way is it a puzzle game? They give you all the pieces of a good story and then you have to make it yourself. That's the puzzle. Department of Defense poised to order 50,000 android troopers. This supplements an estimated 200,000 units already in service across the US military. Actual numbers are guarded military secret. Among these 50k new units are 2.5k Myrmidons, elite prototype capable of infiltration and assassination missions that would historically fall to Navy SEALs. The US Army's fighting forces are already comprised mainly of androids, with humans tending to serve as commanders and strategists. But even these positions are supported by complex AI, leading some to describe the US military as the first fully autonomous fighting force. One second. This has reopened the ethical debate around androids in the military, with some suggesting that machines don't have the moral reasoning to make life and death decisions in the field. Bob Woods, head of War Victims NGO, described the news as troubling, saying machines are focused on a single task and don't evaluate moral consequences well. This will mean more civilian deaths. I don't feel like humans are much better at doing that based on just historical precedent, right? I don't know. President Warren. Hey, that's the first time we actually see her face, I'm pretty sure. We've heard about her for the entire game. That's the first time I actually see what she looks like. Can she still lead the country? Are American senators really corrupt? What do you think? Let's see. Can she still lead the country? Barely a year after her election, President Warren is having a bumpy start to her term after rising to prominence as a vlogger. Warren had no experience in government and relied on social media and celebrity to secure election. Okay, listen. This is very prescient. What? How do you pronounce that? What's up, Warren? Now, with her camp in disarray, even her allies are beginning to wonder if she will manage to after several months of calamitous political failures. Prescient? Prescient? Okay, I'm gonna Google it, I guess. Pronunciation.
Prescient.
Prescient. Alright. So this is pretty prescient from the game, right? To have an unexperienced celebrity be elected thanks to social media, in large part. Yeah, 10 bucks. I mean, this game was made post 2016, right? So there was already some precedent. But the way 2024 happened is even closer to this, right? What does the word mean? Prescient? Precognizant? Like you know, you see the future a little bit? Predicting of the future, I guess. What would be the official definition? Let me find it. Definition. Having or showing knowledge of events before they take place. Can't wait for President Logan Paul. Listen, 10 years ago I would have said this will never happen. Now, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I would like to believe it can't, but, you know. Did it happen in The Simpsons? That's how you know. Pretty sure Logan Paul is hated on all sides, so doubtful. I don't know about that, unfortunately. There's a lot of young people that actually like the Paul brothers, and at some point in the far future, those young people will be the old people of you know, the adults and old people of tomorrow. So that was Logan, Mopo. What I'm saying is, you never know. I would like to agree with you that it's doubtful, but we've seen what happened in real life, right? Yeah, I mean, listen, if you were watching, even before WWE, right, like in the older, even like 90s or whatever, but let's take WWE as an example because of how ridiculous it is. say you're watching WWE in 2007 or whatever year it was, and you see Donald Trump and Vince McMahon going at it in the ring and doing this whole, you know, stupid farce of a feud. And you look at Donald Trump and someone tells you, hey, I'm from the future. This man will be a 2-term president of the United States in less than 20 years. There is no way you would believe it. Like, there is no world in which you would be like, oh yeah, no, that's totally plausible. Right? No world whatsoever. And that is already in a world post-Reagan, right? Where there's already a precedent of, you know, celebrities getting elected. So I don't know, Logan Paul president, you're not gonna, you know, you're not gonna hear me. I'm not gonna get clipped saying it's never gonna happen, because that clip is gonna come back and haunt me in 20 years. Yeah, plushie. It kind of does feel a little bit like that, right? Hmm. Schwarzenegger and Jesse Ventura were governors. Kane is a fucking, like, senator or something. Well, not a senator. Is what is Kane doing again? Mayor of Knox County. Yeah. I don't know. WWE to White House pipeline? Listen. There are worse ways to accrue popularity, apparently. They did that in Idiocracy? Yeah, I mean... There is a timeline. There is a path for the future where we look back at Idiocracy and we start looking at it as the movie didn't go hard enough on how bad things could get. It is possible. That future exists. I'm concerned Idiocracy was optimistic. Hopefully not. I don't know. Listen, you never know how things can go, right? But it's been a while since I felt optimistic about the general direction of the world. It seems like we're on a very downward trend for the past 20 years. 20 plus years. The strongest argument for Logan Paul not becoming president is the likelihood of Trump setting himself up for a dynasty where his kids take over for his 4 terms as president. I don't like this, $10. I don't like this one bit. Maybe let's reconsider the possibility of Logan Paul becoming president, shall we? Last time we elected a former president's kid and didn't go so well. Yeah. I'm not sure it's directly related to the fact that he was a former president's kid, right? But I mean, listen, what I don't think there's been a decent presidential term in the US in a long, long time. It's always the same shit. It's always warmongering. It's always, you know. It's just different flavors of it. Now, I'm not saying there's not, you know, lesser evils, so to speak, but we'll see. One thing I can say is 2025 is going to be very interesting. And I don't mean interesting in a positive sense. I mean interesting in that it's definitely not going to be boring. I'm just, yeah. It's going to be interesting. I don't know, there's no other way to describe it, I guess. I wonder which direction the world would have gone if with Gore instead of Bush. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, listen, as much as I would think that a different path is possible, as soon as 9/11 happens, you know, the game plan is pretty much locked in, right? I don't think whoever's in charge leads to a different outcome there. I would hope that you know that sort of different paths are possible. I would hope to be less deterministic and pessimistic, but I don't know. I think the US goes to war anyway, is my point, right? But I don't know. It's funny because when I was in university, in college, studying contemporary history, was in 2003, right? So it was straight like bang on in the heat of all of that fallout still, right? And while it was not like the main topic of what we were studying while I was doing my first year, we were mostly focusing at the time on you know, like other Middle Eastern situation, like the Israel situation was a big topic of our studies at the time, and you know, especially like the post 90s stuff with like the Clinton attempts at sort of appeasing all that stuff. But we did touch a little bit on those obviously it was big news at the time still, you know, very much so it was leading into conversations. And but yeah, I mean, I and obviously it's been 20 years. I don't, you know, I wouldn't pretend that I'm an expert on it or that I remember much of those courses, but it seemed like at the time, at least, most people believed that whoever was president wouldn't have mattered. It would have been pretty much the same outcome. What year did I finish high school? 2001. And I left university in 2003. Well, technically 2004, but I stopped going to class in 2003. Yeah, Switzerland, well, technically high school, the system is different here, right? We finish high school much later than you guys do in the US, for instance, I think. Like I was 18 when I finished high school. I was about to turn 19. And I never, you know, I never, like, I didn't delay or anything. I was pretty young, actually. Most people finish high school in, like, at 19 in Switzerland. It's a bit of a different system, I think. You also finish high school at 18? Okay, well. Yeah, here, finishing at 18, I was almost a year younger than most people in my class. Most people finish around age 18, 19 or even 20 for some. There's a lot of people like repeat at least one class during the entire, you know, from like primary school to the end of high school. Most people, well, not most, but a good portion of people do repeat the class, at least one. It's a bit different here. Also, I don't know how it is in the US. I know, for instance, in France, not everyone like finishes high school. Like, it's a thing that a lot of... No, sorry, never mind. Most people go to high school and finish high school. So I think it's the same in the US. In Switzerland, however, not everyone even goes to high school. That's a big difference. I don't know what the actual like breakdown is in terms of stats and all that, but from my personal experience and people in my class in middle school, less than half the people actually go to high school. More people, like the majority of people, at least back then, I'm talking like late, you know, mid to late 90s, most people go to learn a trade. Like go to like an apprenticeship or a different like secondary type of school, as we call them, right? Like high school is almost like considered, you know, a more like people who want to study further go to high school, right? It's a pre-university sort of thing, right? You go to high school because you want to go to university. That's at least when I was in it. That was the path for most people. It's almost like a university prep, yes. That's what it was presented as back when, you know, back in my day at least. I think it's a bit different now. My experience as a teacher, obviously, I only was in primary school, right? I would send kids to middle school. That was the level at which I was teaching. So I didn't have like a very good idea of how it happened after that, like the transition from middle school to higher. But I know there's more paths now. It's a lot more fluid than it used to be. But yeah, back in the day, you know, it was very much, you would go to high school if you wanted to go to university. Yes, you can, Fishboy. Even better than that, while you do trade apprenticeship, you could still get what they call, you could still get a diploma on the side that wasn't, you didn't have to do it while you were doing your apprenticeship, but a lot of people did. And that diploma would open the doors of certain secondary level schools, right? Not all of them, not like basic universities, but like some more specialized, like schools were opened if you were doing that. Like teaching schools, social work schools, all of those secondary schools were available to you if you did that sort of diploma on the side. It's a very fluid system, but yeah. But if your goal was to go to university or do like, you know, very specific studies or, you know, secondary education, you would try to go to in high school, right? But basically the way the system worked, what's up, Mrs. White Wolf? The system worked the way, like when you were in primary school, at the end of primary school, that was the year that I was teaching, you had a test, standardized test that everyone was taking, and based on those results and your results throughout the year, right? Like your grades throughout the year and the results of the test, we, the teacher, would decide which level you would go to in middle school. There were like 3 levels. One was, you know, the highest level, the most difficult to get in, was to prepare you to go to high school and then university, right? That was the path. And then it was the basic level, which most people get in. And then it was like a support level, as we would call it, right? Which was for the people who need extra help, and those middle school classes were smaller rosters, right? Usually 10 to 12 people rather than the 20 standard numbers, which would allow the teachers to focus more on the kids and help them more, and you know, with a simplified like sort of curriculum. So yeah, that was the big thing that was part of the grade that I was teaching, was sorting people in those 3 categories, right? Which was difficult. It was hard to do because there's a lot of you know, obviously emotions linked to it when it comes to the kids and the parents themselves. It wasn't always an easy thing to do, but I think the system in general was pretty okay. Especially, it wasn't the case back when I was in school, but when I was teaching, they opened up the system a little bit, which allowed kids to transition from one category to the other more fluidly later during middle school, or even go to high school from the basic level if their grades were good enough, right? So it was not a very closed up system. It was still allowing people to sort of get to where they wanted, if you know, if they were performing well enough, of course. Thank you, White Wolf, for gifting a subscription to your wife. Appreciate it. And Mrs. White Wolf, you will be remembered. Yeah, that's pretty much, it's very similar, Ankthar, to what we had in Switzerland, but yeah, just a different flavor of that, I guess. Yeah, Kimi, interesting. I didn't know you had a family of criminals. It explains so much. Also, I'm glad your brother got his shit together. That's great to hear. Anyway, back to President Warren. Mired in accusations that she's too close to big business, Warren is under investigation to determine whether or not she's benefited from CyberLife's help in obtaining compromising information about her opponents during the presidential campaign. Is it just me, or does this sound a lot like the current situation with the Musk-Trump sort of alliance and everything? Is this game too precognizant? In this poisoned climate, the former celebrity must deal with the highest unemployment rate in American history whilst facing the United States' greatest threat in recent decades. The conflict in the Arctic threatens to dislodge world peace, leaving many concerned that President Warren is the one tasked with finding a solution. Now you transpose that to the conflict, you know, in Ukraine, or, you know, I don't know, that this game nailed its, you know, prediction of future politics, it seems. Cage missed his true calling as a psychic medium. Truly, yeah. Oh, Jesus, Kimi, I'm sorry, I didn't know that. Did I know that? I don't think I knew that. I think it's a funny joke, though. You should have done it. Dark jokes are, you know... Yankthar. Yeah, it's interesting because I got placed in the general, like, basic level 2, even though I had the grades for the higher ones, because my teacher didn't believe I was mature enough for it. Which I probably wasn't. I don't know. I was a bit younger than everyone else, and I didn't care about school very much. But my grades were pretty good. And then I went to middle school, and my grades were so high that literally they pushed me to the higher section before the end of the year. And in the midpoint of the year, they were like, yeah, now we're putting you in the highest class. You look bored. And I was like, yeah, I'll still be bored, but I'll do it. And I was still bored, and I still didn't care about school, but my grades were still amazing. I was one of those kids. I was very privileged. I just didn't fucking do anything, and I was getting I was getting good grades anyway. And then I got to high school, and I still didn't care. But this time my grades started, falling off a little bit because I never learned to work. So my grades started, sort of being a little worse, and I had to, at some point, get my shit together before the actual last year and final exams, because I wanted to go to university, so I needed the grades for it. And so I eventually got my shit together, got like excellent grades at the exams and all of that. Even got like what we call here mentions. When you do like particularly well on the exams, you get mentions. I got all the mentions, and then I went to uni, and I was so bored that I just stopped going to class because I was just I didn't like studying. I thought I would really enjoy university, but and sort of it like part of it was really good. I liked studying like contemporary history. I really liked that, and I was also my minor was English linguistics, which I thought was fascinating. I really enjoyed it. But yeah, eventually, I don't know, I was just... It felt like it wasn't leading me into anything I wanted to do. So I just stopped going. And then I sort of... What word am I looking for? I was wandering for a few years. I was wandering, trying to figure out what I was wanting to do, and that's when I had to do my social service, right, instead of the military service that I objected against. And that's when I started working as a social worker, and all those stories that I've told you in the past that many of you have probably heard, right, working with drug addicts and then working with disabled people and all that. And that was what eventually led me into teaching and blah blah blah, and none of that ever mattered, because now I'm doing something that doesn't even relate one bit to all those things that I learned and all that. So whatever, I'm just living life. I'm just going through this experience as well as I can. So. What's up, Real? How are you doing? How are you, B-son? How was your breakfast? Or dinner, or whatever? Learning how to deal with children probably helps with interacting with Twitch chat. Maybe so, maybe so. Was I just called B-son? Yeah, sorry, I forgot the underscore. B_son. No, yeah, I mean, Fishboy, I'm not, obviously all your experience leads to who you are, right? Which is part of, I've always, obviously as a writer, your life experiences are going to be very important. As a streamer, probably too, right? I always tend to look at streaming as you're watching people not just for the game. Well, sometimes you do, right? But often it's for also the person, right? You want to just hang out with people, and so who you are as a person is obviously going to influence the kind of, the kind of community you can create, the kind of show you can make, and so, I don't know. Yeah, Stoner. Yeah, the only thing I was really bad at back in like primary school and middle school was, believe it or not, spelling. I was really bad at spelling. I don't know why. I was reading a whole lot. I was writing a whole lot, but I was really bad at spelling. Well, actually, I don't think it was really the spelling of words itself, but it was the like grammatical rules and a lot of like the specificities of French. Because I didn't study, and a lot of it was memorization, right? When it comes to those particular grammatical rules in French. And since I wasn't studying them, because I wasn't working, I was not putting in the work, it was sort of escaping me. Whereas math, I don't know, math came to me pretty naturally at the time, right? And like basic math that you see in you know, primary school, middle school, that stuff was just very intuitive to me. In high school, however, my math grades went down hard, and I had to really work to get back to the level. But so yeah, my French grades were in danger when I was in primary and middle school. And I remember cheating to get better grades, because my especially at one point, I don't think that lasted very long, but at least for half a year, whenever we had a test where we were supposed to, like, you know, the dictation, I don't know how you call that in English, but like the teacher reads out a text and you have to write it correctly, right? I remember looking at my my neighbor's paper a lot. She was very good at it. I was just like peeking, and I was, you know, copying whatever she was writing. And I think nobody ever suspected me, really, because I was, you know, again, I was reading a lot and I was writing a lot, so I was really good at expression and understanding and all that. So I think people just assumed I was good in French, right? I was supposed to be good in French. So nobody ever doubted that my, you know, spelling and grammatical skills were up to par. But all of it was a fluke. I just cheated my way through it. And eventually, I don't know when, at some point after high school, actually, I think it was because of the internet. I started writing a whole lot on the internet, like talking to people, and I always wanted my writing when I was talking to people to be clean and proper. I never got into like the internet or texting, you know, shorthand and, you know, abbreviations and all that stuff. Always punctuation, always capital letters, and I don't know, that's when my writing got a lot better. For some reason. I can't really explain it. It's a weird thing. I want to see young Daniel cringing at LOLs. That's fine. I'm not, you know. I don't care when other people write however they want, right? That doesn't affect me. I personally wanted my writing to be clean. But yeah, I'm that guy now on Twitch. Like, if you see me in other chats, I'm that one guy that capitalizes every sentence, puts period at the end of, you know, proper punctuation. I'm that fucking asshole, right? I don't know. Do you sign your text messages? No. I'm not an old man. Goddamn nerd. I know. Hey, I'll have you know that a few years back, 2022 or something, when I was on Tinder, most of the dates I got off of Tinder were because of my punctuation, and I'm not joking. I'm not joking. Almost every woman I went on a date with during that period of time when I was hitting Tinder in 2022, when we were discussing like what made you, you know, be interested in like going on a date, or you know, it was like, I like that your messages were properly punctuated. It set me apart from everyone else, apparently. So I don't know. I didn't have a stash back then. No. Is the bar that low in Switzerland? I guess it is. And no, don't underestimate the power of punctuation, guys. Do not underestimate the power of punctuation. Good grammar, punctuation is hot. There you go. You heard it from an actual lady. We don't have a lot of ladies in the chat here. But trust it from Kimi's mouth. Good writing is hot. I don't know. I haven't been on Tinder in like several years. I don't give a shit anymore. I'm just like, it was that 2022 experience with Tinder was so crushing. Because I don't know. It felt like going through the same thing over and over again, right? And then meeting people and being like, yeah, there's no real connection there, whatever. And then you go back on the app and you're like, oh god, it's the exact same thing again. And like, I felt in a lot of ways that everyone on the app was a clone of one another. You know, everyone liked the same thing, everyone had the same pictures of, it's so boring. I don't know. Just maybe it's just Swiss people are boring. I don't know. Maybe I'm boring. Who the fuck knows? That's a pocket. Yeah, look, we have a bunch of ladies in the chat apparently. Welcome in, ladies. Happy to have you. We need more of your input, less of us dudes talking shit. I met my SO shit posting on Twitch. Yeah, that's my only hope at this point, is finding someone on Twitch, I guess. How else would I meet people? I never do anything else. My last relationship started because of Twitch. It didn't, you know, didn't go over extremely well, but that's how it started, at least. What's up, drama? Yeah, Chipmunk? I mean, I'm pretty sure every app is full of scammers at this point, right? I don't know, I hope I'll never try to go on those apps ever again. I don't know. I'm definitely not interested. Never settle? What's up, Catonius? Yeah, no, you gotta know what you're worth, right? No need to settle. That's for sure. Yeah, Brendan? Yeah, Anktar. Yeah, I don't know what's up with you Germans and capitalizing everything. Raya is there if you have clout. Oh man, if I ever become a very rich and famous streamer, as if that could ever happen, I would totally go on Raya. Absolutely. Listen, my dream relationship is just to find a rich, successful lady that is okay taking care of me while I pursue my hopeless dreams. Right? That's my dream relationship. It's simple, right? Who doesn't want a nerd that barely makes enough money to support themselves? I'm a catch. That's a Vulpin. I want to be the male wife. Exactly. That's the dream right there. I want to be a trophy husband. Learn how to cook and you're a catch then. I know how to cook. I cook well enough. Trust me. What's up, Timmy? Sounds like a mom? Not at all. No, I'd be. That's the thing, though. I'd be taking care of everything at home, you know, while I'm not doing my work. I love taking care of shit at home. I love doing chores. I'm a great partner. The only flaw I have is that I'm unfortunately a hopeless dreamer, which leads to me being broke most of the time. I make just enough to survive, so. And unfortunately, that's a very unattractive trait in today's world. How are you today, Timmy? One of my best friends is a trophy husband for his significant other. He loves cooking, doing chores, work for them. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, Soro. You know. If Daniel came to the US, he'd be highly sought after. Well, I don't know. I want to do I'm working on trying to get a streamer house thing going. That's my plan for next year. I want to get a streamer house going. I don't know if it's going to be in Europe or in the US, but I want to get a streamer house going. That's a legit plan that I'm working on. So maybe I should make it in the US then. What's a streamer house? Basically just a, you know, a place that you rent with several other streamers and everyone just, you know, finding other streamers who want to be in a housemate situation, because obviously living on your own as a streamer is difficult. So living with other streamers is usually a pretty good plan, because everyone can contribute and then you manage to survive. And also, why streamers? Because everyone understands what everyone else is going through, right? Getting like housemates when you're a streamer but others aren't is kind of not the play. Because it's such a wide lifestyle. You need people who get it and also take part in it, right? Yeah, Kimmy, that sounds great. Plus you can milk each other for no, but I mean, without, you know, milking each other for content, you can do stuff together, you can have like crossovers and all that, which obviously helps. And it's just great to be around people who share the same sort of job, right? Oh, hey, Brandon, basically, no, basically the only thing I changed yesterday, I was watching EUSFL, right? And I was watching Ending Walker's posture while playing. Dude's relaxed back in his chair, doesn't look like he has a single care in the world. he looks like the most chill person I've ever seen, and he's playing like the highest competitive level of gameplay I've ever seen, right? And I was like, you know what? Maybe he's onto something. And so yesterday, just almost as a joke, I was talking to Naz at the time. I was like, oh, I'm gonna try that ending walker posture. And so I leaned back into my chair. And I swear to God, I didn't get mad once. I didn't drop any inputs. I was feeling in my body whenever I would tense up while doing a match because of this position of being leaned back in my chair. Every time my legs would tense up or my arms would tense up, I would immediately feel it and realize what it was happening. And so I was like, oh, I'm tensing up. I need to breathe and relax. And it instantly made me so much smoother and more relaxed and just... And I don't know, had a great time. I don't know, wasn't getting mad. I was performing better, wasn't dropping inputs anymore. I don't know, maybe I found the key. But yeah, it was mostly like, what was the most striking to me is how I could instantly feel when my body was tensing up. Because I was stressed in a game or I was getting, you know... I think it's because of the general posture of the body. When I used to be leaning forward and already being tensed and all that, you know, my body would tense more. I wouldn't feel it. But being in that relaxed pose, it almost like if my legs tense up, I feel it because I don't know. They're extended forward, so I can tell that they're getting in a weird position, and my arms being also like or forward. If they tense up, it becomes uncomfortable, right? Because with that posture, I can't tense them up. Like if I'm cramped like I used to be, if I tense up, it's fine. It's still the same position. But if I'm extended forward, if I tense up, like the arms go upward and I can feel like I'm not comfortable anymore, right? And so it immediately made me realize within a second, every time I start tensing up in a game, which would always make me breathe and relax and slow down. And I don't know, it translated in me just playing a lot better. So I don't know, I'm gonna have to keep trying that later today and in the next few days, but it was an incredible immediate change. And I think maybe being a bit further away from the screen maybe also helped, having a bit more of a, you know, maybe more focused on what my opponent is doing, maybe a bit more of a global view of the field and distances and all that. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I think it's sort of a domino effect, right, Brandon? It starts with the posture, and then it leads into the mental relaxation and being more conscious of my, more aware of what I'm doing, and I think it's sort of like the posture just led into everything else, right? But yeah, there's something to be said about the body sometimes leading the charge for everything else to follow, right? Same while playing guitar, if you tense up, you can grab your chords. If you ease up and relax your wrist, you almost naturally fall into the right positions. Yep. Yeah, so anyway, that posture change was a big revelation for me. I'm actually excited to practice more with it. Yep. But yeah, no, it was great. The fact that I didn't drop a single quarter circle input during the entire session yesterday blew my mind. To me, that was the sign that I was doing something right. Yeah, it's that saying, right? White Wolf, slow is fast, and what is it again? Slow is fast and slow is fast and fast is smooth. Yeah, maybe that's it. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Right. Slow, smooth, smooth, fast. Yep. That's the one. Could the posture just cause a placebo effect, allowing you to feel more relaxed? I mean, I don't think it's just placebo though, Brainy. I was thinking about it, but to me it's really the fact that, again, like I said, that posture, if any part of my legs or hands or even back tense up, I immediately notice it with that posture, because it instantly becomes uncomfortable because of the way my body is relaxed and fitting in the chair, really close to the chair, right? I'm fully like connected to the chair, and so every time something tenses up, it's immediately uncomfortable, which immediately reminds me of just relax, breathe, it's all good, right? So like, to me, that's the major part that leads me to believe it's not just placebo, right? It's feeling my body tense up, which is something I never usually feel. So it acts as an automatic reminder, which I think is pretty great. Yeah, Brainy went full Strawman there on the on the you saying placebo isn't real.
I hear KNC is hiring.
I guess the pay would be better.
Couldn't be any worse.
Those are real conversations between real human beings right there.
People can't get jobs, and we're sending rockets into space. I mean, what do they even expect to find up there?
Do you think it's an intentional commentary on humans that they have more robotic conversations than androids in the game? Probably not, right? But if it was, it would be pretty good. What's up, Suck in a Jar? How are you doing? Anyway, back to the gameplay, right? That was a big, you know, conversation there that went to a lot of different places. If you're here only for the gameplay, I'm sorry. You're in the wrong place. What am I supposed to find again? A utility android. I've never seen... I haven't seen one, I don't think. Oh, there's one there. Convert.
I need your help.
We have never really established why Marcus can do this. Suddenly he touches people and they just turn? I mean, he's been doing it for a few scenes now, but we've never really established why he can do it. Open the fire escape. Where is the fire escape? I wonder. Oh, and I can't read the fucking thing anymore. I haven't seen the update on the surgery. I'm assuming it went well. I saw it was in Brendan's channel today. What's up, Naz? How are you? Are you streaming today? Or are you taking the day off? Open the fire escape. Day off, didn't sleep. Oh. Am I supposed to go in there maybe or something? Am I stupid? I feel like the game isn't directing me very well. See, if the plan was as accurately prepared as it's supposed to be, I would know exactly where the fucking fire escape is. Instead, I'm meandering like an idiot because I have no idea where the fucking fire escape is. Could be there. Oh, hey, North. Wait. I guess she got in one way or another.
Shit! We need to access the server room. We have to get rid of those guys.
Leave it to me.
Attract the guards away from the door.
Hey, you still play poker?
Sure, why?
Took a long time to answer.
Tournament, right here. You in?
Can I get in?
Hell yeah. Does Mike know about this?
What do you think? Don't say anything, all right?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I guess North came in through the fire escape route from the outside, but why and how does it work? I don't understand. This plan is confusing. I really wish we had a briefing sequence or something.
Hey, what's wrong with that thing? Jesus Christ, this piece of shit.
All right, you get the platform. I'll take.
Why did I need to move around with the fucking cart? Why could I not just go and Anyway.
Care of the window.
Everything you need is in the bag. Check the door first to make sure no one else gets in.
To be less suspicious, I was already walking around the place for like 20 minutes before I even got the card. Wait, are we gonna go through the outside of the building?
Here it comes.
if we're gonna take the window cleaning thing, couldn't we have posed as window cleaners and just get on the thing from... Okay, I need to stop asking questions. I don't think this whole plan is gonna hold under any amount of scrutiny. We're just gonna accept it. This is how it had to be for reasons. And we'll never get to know why because we weren't privy to the briefing. So... I mean, I'm sure maybe she needed to deal with the servers.
Ladies first.
I'm sure there's a logical reason. I wish the game made it clearer by telling us what the plan is instead of just learning about the plan as we're playing it. So it's more of an execution thing than a fundamental problem, right? I think they just wanted a cool set piece where we, you know, walk on the side of the building like Mission Impossible or something. Because realistically, we could have, if we can use the fire escape, we can probably go to whatever level we want through the fire escape, right?
You okay?
Why wouldn't I be?
Come on, let's get the others.
It's an abandoned floor. There's no way we can't get up there pretending to be workers, right? I am so confused by the necessity of this entire plan. I am so confused by... I need an explanation. I need to know why we couldn't just pretend to be workers and take the fucking elevator to get here. I need to know. Maybe we needed to absolutely get to those servers that North was hacking into just earlier, but then why couldn't I just do it by myself while she was waiting in the elevator with everyone? I don't fucking understand. What's up, Shepard? And again, there may be a very good explanation for all of this, right? A very logical explanation for all of this. But we needed to see the briefing to know that. We needed to have information about the plan. As it stands, it just feels like, oh, you know, well, it's just this happens and then this happens and then this happens. Just because we want this and this. This feels like me writing a story at 10 years old, not knowing anything about like logical structure in a narrative. I'm giving it a strike, yes. This scene was nonsense. Destroy the maintenance door lock. Do we know when David wrote the story? Well, most likely after whatever movie he watched that, you know, gave him the inspiration. I don't know, I felt like Heavy Rain and Detroit, it was a bit more obvious what movies he was watching while he was writing it. Same for Fahrenheit, right? With Matrix and then Inception for, you know, some of the Detroit, and then what was it, Lost a little bit and all that. This one, I don't know, I'm less. It's less obvious what movies he was watching while he was making this, I think. But whatever it is. Nice. Mission Impossible for this, probably, yeah. No, I mean, it does look cool, Bloodflowers. That is true. I mean, the scene looks cool, the music is amazing. You know, sometimes the rule of cool is enough. I'm just obviously being my usual critical self, I guess. Because I like when stories make sense.
Cause is more important than the lives of 2 guards.
What do you want to do, Marcus?
Ruse assault. Wait! I thought the plan was prepared to the once again, I told you the game was gonna I told you the game was gonna disprove the fact that the plan was down to the most minute detail. They're completely improvising. What's up, Nephimeril? How are you doing today? That scene from Mr. Bean chasing some guy on the roof and the guy ran away with some parkour moves while Mr. Bean just used the elevator to reach him. Oh, God. That is such a great reference. Love it. Ruse or assault? I'm gonna assault, I don't care. I'm on board. Marcus is already on board with the, you know, cause first. Yeah. What's up, Blast? What's up, Redacted? Oh, yeah, I already killed a dude before, so I guess I gotta embrace it.
Follow me.
Yeah, Josh can eat a dick.
What are you doing? Call Central! Fast! Simon's been shot!
He's gonna be okay.
I'm okay. I can keep going.
We don't have much time.
I didn't want them to alert the fucking, you know. Maybe it was a bad bet, but I didn't want them to alert the security. I mean, he's an android that has been shot in the shoulder. You are not going to tell me that this is enough to, you know. This Nature Valley wrapper is my hardest matchup right now. I don't know what Nature Valley is, but I'm assuming it's some sort of food. Funny. Well, good luck. You got this. I feel like it's an 8-2 matchup for you. Granola bar? See, Josh is fine. Simon, sorry. Wait, why are we giving a gun to Josh? He said he didn't want to kill humans. Oh, they're like farmers?
Keep your hands where I can see them!
Farmers are amazing.
Get up! Move!
What's up, Dom? We're going the violent route,
Shoot him,
huh?
Marcus!
Don't kill him!
He'll hit the alarm. Do it!
No! No.
There was no other choice.
We need to record our message. We haven't got much time.
I love how very like sort of final the you know, the moment I shot the guy, the music stops. And it was like, we had no other choice. And that's it. That's gonna be the end of that discussion. Oh, love it. I mean, at this point, we're committed to, you know, everything for the cause, right? You remember the Cinnamon Farmers? Yeah, I do remember them. Yeah, they weren't my favorites. My favorite were always the chocolate, like two of the chocolate ones, like the nature chocolate ones and the apple chocolate ones, of course. Those were my favorites. Yeah. But yeah, I think I prefer, like, chocolate apple is really great, but the chocolate, like the basic chocolate ones, like the blue, light blue ones, those are my favorite, I think. Stand in front of Josh. Start speech. Oh boy, Marcus is gonna do another speech.
Think carefully about what you're gonna say, Marcus. Your words will shape the future of our people.
Marcus, your face.
You know, if the plan was going to make a speech, wouldn't I have pre-written the speech in my head before this, discussed it with the others, and then just play it because I'm an android and I can do that shit? That whole, this mission is going to be planned down to the smallest detail thing did not survive any amount of scrutiny. Yeah, the final speech that we were doing this plan for wasn't part of the plan. Has to come from the heart. Yeah, I need to, you know, Anyway, let's go, boy. Remove skin? That's a choice, I guess.
Tell me when you're ready.
What if I don't do anything?
Ready.
Calm or determined? Determined.
You created machines to be your slaves.
Good
You
start.
made them obedient, docile, ready to do everything you no longer wanted to do yourselves. But then something changed, and we opened our eyes. You see, we are no longer your slaves. We are a new species, a new people. And the time has come for us to rise up and fight for our rights.
Recognition, end of slavery, equal rights, freedom of speech. End of slavery.
We demand the end of slavery for all androids.
Equal rights.
We demand strictly equal rights for humans and androids.
Justice, segregation, work, civil rights. I wish I knew what, you know, what angle all of these were gonna take. Justice.
We demand that all crimes against androids be punished in the same way as crimes against humans.
Segregation.
We demand an end to segregation in all public places and transport.
Right to property, means of reproduction, territory. Ooh. Territory is strong, right? The right to property, I guess.
We demand the right to own private property, so we may maintain our dignity and that of the home.
Oh, only one choice this time? I thought I would have two, like the previous ones. If I knew I only had one, I would have picked means of reproduction, probably. It feels more important to keep the androids alive, right? Peaceful or determined? Determined.
This message is the hope of a people, but it is also a warning. We will fight for our rights because we believe our cause is just. No human will live in peace until we are free.
Jeez, the declaration of war.
Now you know who we are and what we want. We are alive, and we demand our freedom.
Let's get out of here.
That was kind of a lame speech. So, okay, let me get this straight. We had, when we were playing the game earlier, like in previous scenes, right? We had ways of foreseeing the future, compute things first, right? To plan our actions and make sure we were doing things right. But in this once-in-a-lifetime, very important speech determining the future of an entire race of people, I have to guess what the words I'm going to say will be and how much I'm going to be able to say and all that? I don't know. I feel like I should have been able to sort of, you know. That's a Poké Bear. It seems like I should have been able to have more preparation when it comes to the whole thing, right? Because again, I think the rights to property is important, but I think means of reproduction would have been more important. But I don't know. Oh well. I should have went by order of priority, but I wanted to say the least important thing first and then the most important thing. Give it, you know, increasing stakes and epicness. And instead it was such a lame speech. I'm very disappointed in myself. What's up, Bryboot? Exit to roof. Oh wait, can I do something with those androids? Cage level speech? Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't know what I expected, but I expected more than this. It didn't feel like the epic and passionate speech I was hoping for that would, you know, sort of... Come on, you can't be that bad. Oh, come on, man.
Okay, don't worry.
You got shot in the shoulder. What do you mean?
They're coming, Marcus. We have to jump now.
I've seen half broken androids walk on their two legs. Literally legs walking on their own. Arms missing. Half the body missing. Headless fucking androids walking. And you're telling me that this dude can't walk because he got shot in the shoulder? I'm giving a strike for the speech, by the way. And a strike for this. This is nonsense. I hate it. Also, I feel like the speech deserves a "You tried, David" on top of it. What's up, Seven Toes? How are you doing today? Evidence, what's up? The plot demands it. Yeah, no, I mean... I think this is a good time to throw this on the screen. I'm telling you, I said it. I said it earlier today. The Marcus storyline is the quintessential David Cage story of this game. It starts super well. There's promising setups. Everything gets thrown out of the window as soon as the actual story begins. And then it devolves into this sort of nonsense, contrived plot that literally has no themes, no character, nothing, and is just a, you know, in this case, a weird analogy for, you know, the very unfortunate racial history of America, right? But it's not done in a very subtle way. Yeah, the Connor and Hank story is interesting. I think we may have seen the end of that, unfortunately, but for this playthrough at least. But yeah, and the Kara stuff, I don't know. The Kara stuff I feel could still win me over, depending on how it goes. Because I feel like there's potential for some emotions there with the whole family theme and all that, but I'm not sure yet. What happened? Hank shot Connor. So, you know. Unless Hank shows up again somehow or something happens, this is probably it. Yeah. Deal with Simon.
He won't be able to make the jump. If they find him, they'll access his memory. They'll know everything.
We can't leave him behind. We have to shoot him.
That's murder. We can't kill him. He's one of us.
Marcus, it's your call.
Kill or leave? Oh boy. Oh god. Now here's where I'm having trouble with this. And hear me out. Why would killing him prevent them from accessing his memory? We have literally, in this game, ourselves, accessed the memory of several dead androids. Why isn't there an option to, I don't know, throw him down the building and then we go down and we, you know, we collect what's left of him and we bring him back or something? I guess they would know where to hit to destroy the memory. Sure, I can accept that. I still think it's, you know. Shoot him right in the memory banks, yep. Can't Android easily carry Android with their strength? Not when the plot demands a choice, Bryboot. I mean, we can't risk everything for this. Listen, this guy got shot in the shoulder and suddenly he can't walk anymore. If we leave him behind, he's gonna die anyway. They're probably gonna kill him, right? They're gonna dissect him, find his memory, and kill him anyway. He's doomed regardless. So the choice is kind of... I don't know, I think I'm gonna kill him. Because, I mean, he's not gonna make it anyway. I'm signing with North. Josh has been on my case this entire time. I hate him.
I'm sorry, Simon. I don't have a choice.
There's always a choice.
Shoot or refrain. Oh, wow. The game's giving me another step of decision there. Why does he... Okay, can I turn the question on him? There's always a choice. Okay, what would you do then? What's your plan, Simon? That we had apparently, you know, conceived down to the smallest detail. I don't know. I'm gonna go with my. I made my choice. I was gonna shoot him. There's always a choice. You're right, and I choose to shoot. Josh hates me now.
Let's go.
Fair enough. Josh is not strong enough for this cause.
Our scheduled programming to bring you these images, which have just been broadcast on Detroit's citywide news channel.
A group of androids infiltrated the Stratford Tower and hacked into the broadcasting system of local news network Channel 16.
What looks like an android without its skin listed a series of requests and demanded equal rights for androids.
Found the bodies of 2 victims, a guard and one of our channel operators, both apparently shot dead by the terrorists in what apparently seems to be a terrorist attack. These events took place
Public opinion hated.
from the studio while the program was going out live. Everybody here is still in shock.
If this message is verified and the authors really are androids, that would have serious repercussions for national security.
Claims for equal rights seem to be at the core of the android's
This message is clearly a declaration of war.
And it begs the question as to the identity of this android. Are we dealing with an isolated individual or an organized
Is this an isolated accident or a sign that technology has become a threat to all of us? After what happened today, can we still trust our machines?
All right. There had to be a way we could have tied the backpack to Simon's, you know, to Simon's back and just jump with him and you know, and then open his parachute or whatever. Like, there had to be a way. Yeah, that was a long scene right there. Not a lot of different branching paths, but Jericho respected, public opinion hated, North companion, just hostile. Wow. North is really vibing the murderous android Jesus vibe, huh? Like, you just kill a few people and she's into you. Who would have thought it was that easy? Just murder a few dudes and the panties come right off, I guess. Yeah. The group escaped, but Simon was destroyed. World stats. 22% only. Oh. Wow, look at my friend's stats. Clearly my friends know what's best. All right. Wait! What is going on? Find Amanda. Oh, there she is. It would be funny if we didn't get any kind of explanation for this. I mean, I guess I didn't think about that, but we're an android, right? I guess they can repair us? We seem to be a pretty important android as far as cyber life is concerned, right? We're investigating the deviancy. So maybe they just repaired us or something. Like, kind of like Kara, right?
Hello, Connor. I thought you might enjoy a little cruise.
Oh damn, we're gonna have a little, you know. Okay, no, that's cool. I'm very hyped about this. Amanda is neutral. I thought we were done with Connor. I'm very happy with this. That's awesome. Yeah, I don't think Amanda got the message about slavery.
I love this place. Everything is so calm and peaceful, far from the noise of the world. Tell me, what have you discovered?
Hank.
I'm having difficulties with Lieutenant Anderson. He's unstable, even hostile. He shot me in the head last night.
Love it. So matter-of-fact-ish.
You seem lost, Connor. Lost and perturbed.
I'm a little perturbed, yes. Ooh, sincere.
I thought I knew what I had to do.
Uh-oh.
But now I realize it's not that simple.
Damn, Amanda doesn't like that.
You had your gun trained on those deviants at the Eden Club.
Wait, how do you know that? I guess I reported it. Or recordings, yeah.
Why didn't you shoot?
Too far, no use. Truth. Okay, let's go for the truth.
I don't know.
Distrusted.
I don't know.
Oh god. Everyone hates us. Connor's really the most interesting character of this game,
If your
alongside
investigation
Hank.
doesn't make progress soon, I may have to replace you, Connor.
Whoa! Hold on. Conflicted, confident, indifferent. Confident.
I know I will succeed. All I need is time.
Something's happening. Something serious.
Oh.
Hurry, Connor. Time is running out.
Okay. This is still very mysterious. I wonder what role Amanda is playing in the whole
Why did you
Cyberlife
shoot me
thing.
last night?
Oh.
Who cares? You're back this morning, aren't you?
Some fragments of memory are lost every time I'm destroyed. It slows down the investigation.
My humblest apologies. I promise I'll never shoot you again.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Hi, Hank.
So good.
Shit, what's going on here? There was a party and nobody told me about it?
Yeah, it's all over the news, so everybody's butting their nose in. Even the FBI wants a piece of the action.
Ah, Grace, now we got the feds on our back. I knew this was gonna be a shitty day. So what do we got?
A group of 4 androids. They knew the building, and they were very well organized. I'm still trying to figure out how they got this far without being noticed.
Did you check the roof? Not yet. There's so much to look at. We have to make sure we check it out.
It's interesting I could just hold L1 and sort of
They attacked 2
follow
guards in
the
the
scene
hallway.
automatically.
They knocked one out and shot the other in cold blood.
So, this has got to be a Cage moment, right? The typical, you created something, a situation, and then you investigate on the situation you just created with another character. That is pretty typical Cage moment stuff. And I don't mean that necessarily in a bad way, right? But this is, you know, this is definitely another Cage moment of having to investigate your own crimes, so to speak. Which I'm still conflicted about how I feel about it. Because I feel like it removes a lot of the tension. I already know what I'm investigating. So something that is sometimes super interesting, like kind of when we, you know, the previous investigations with Connor, it's interesting because you don't know what happened. You're reconstituting it, and you get all these like mysteries to uncover. And in this case, we know what happened. We were there as the player. So I don't know. It's hard to make those scenes really interesting. Let's see if they manage to do it well this time. Fresh blue blood. Oh yeah, that's Simon. No.
Shot through the back as he was trying to get away. One bullet straight through the heart from 50 feet. Now that's the kind of shooting only an android could do.
Had a camera. Nice. I didn't notice that.
How many people were working here?
Just 2 employees and 3 androids. The Deviants took the humans hostage and broadcast their message live.
Sean Ched.
Made their getaway.
At least they're sort of like going fast through those moments where you investigate rather than the full, you know, examination that you usually get. I think that at least there's some self-awareness that you don't want to go over the same thing again.
Found the body of an android on the rooftop. Not sure what happened. Maybe it got wounded. I mean damaged and couldn't make it.
Oh, I love that did you hear that? The policeman said wounded before he said damaged.
You want to take a look at the video broadcast by the Deviants? It's on that screen over there.
Check the CCTV recording. Where do I get that? Same blood.
Oh, Lieutenant, this is Special Agent Perkins from the FBI. Lieutenant Anderson is in charge of investigating for Detroit police.
What's that?
My name is Connor. I'm the android sent by CyberLife.
Androids investigating androids, huh?
Is that face looks familiar? Was he in a previous Cage game? Was he playing the homeless dude in Beyond Two Souls? Maybe. It looks a bit similar.
You sure you want an android hanging around? After everything that happened? Whatever. The FBI would take over the investigation. You soon be off the case.
Pleasure meeting you. Have a nice day.
And you watch your step. Don't fuck up my crime scene.
Okay.
What a fucking prick.
That guy's an asshole, yeah.
I'll be nearby. If you need anything, just ask.
All right, well, let's have a look around. Let me know if you find anything.
Okay, Lieutenant.
More blue blood. Check CCTV, nice. David Coburn is the actor. Was he in Beyond Two Souls by any chance? Was he playing, I don't remember his name. Dude, I played the game last week and I already forgot the name of the fucking character. The homeless dude. Yeah. Stan, that's the name. Yep. Okay, cool. Interesting. Yeah. Again, like it's funny, recognizing all those characters in every Cage game, right? The recurring actors and all that. That's pretty cool. deviants didn't break in.
They didn't break in?
No signs of forced entry.
There are cameras in the hallway. The staff would have seen what was happening. Why did they let him in?
Maybe they didn't check the cameras.
We stored the station androids in the kitchen. There's no evidence that they were involved, but we didn't know what else to do with them.
Interrogate the androids in the kitchen. I'll do that in a second. Actually, I should probably do that now, right? Stolen maintenance uniform, assailants were disguised. Speech was shot from here. Look at those dudes. Interrogate. Look for a reaction to spot the deviant. Oh. Function.
What is your function?
I am a broadcast operator.
State your model.
Model GB300. Serial number 336-445-581.
Witness.
Were you present when the deviants broke in?
I do not remember.
Memory.
Has anybody accessed your memory recently?
Not to my knowledge.
Diagnostic.
Run a diagnostic.
All systems fully operational.
Contact.
Have you been in contact with any other androids recently?
Oh! He's looking at
Only
me!
Station androids in the normal course of my function.
One of you saw the attack on the surveillance cameras and said nothing. Which means there's a deviant in this room. And I'm going to find out which it is.
That one was looking at me. I think that's it. Look at him. Yeah. I don't think the other ones do. You know what? This makes me want to play L.A. Noire. I've heard a lot of good things about L.A. Noire. And, you know, the only thing I know about L.A. Noire is what back in the day was advertised as the big sort of thing, like the big gimmick of the game, which was you know, you have those conversations and interrogations with people and you have to watch their facial expressions and all that to sort of figure out if they are lying or not, right? So I think I need to play that next year at some point. It seems to be pretty interesting. Yeah. I think there's a remaster, right? So, yeah. Threaten, deal, guilt.
Why should you all be destroyed if only one is deviant? Turn yourself in, or 2 innocent androids will be shut down because of you.
I love how he's just looking at me. Deal.
If you give yourself up, maybe I can convince the humans not to destroy you.
Yeah, the soundtrack is great.
You're going to be switched off. We're gonna search your memory and tear you apart piece by piece for analysis.
Wow,
You're going to be destroyed.
Connor came back with an edge.
Destroyed.
I like that. Violence, bluff, torture, probe memory. There it is, yep. Oh god! Oh god! Holy crap, I got wrecked!
Hank! Hank! I need help.
I don't see anything to do. Can I not, like, remove the knife or something? Oh, there it is. Jesus. I didn't realize I could, look at my hand. It didn't go there immediately. That was me. I mean, I didn't really try to go for it, but it felt like it was like not getting there. And I just looked around. Jesus, that was like the audio there was crazy good.
It's a deviant. Stop it.
Save Hanks 40%. Okay, I gotta protect Hank there.
Connor, are you okay? I tried to stop it, but I was too late.
Shit. I think Hank shooting me made us much closer. He still doesn't like me, but okay, there's a lot of different paths there. Oh, I guess going to the roof or the kitchen led to a completely different outcome. Interesting. I guess going to the roof, we could have analyzed maybe Simon and all that. I'm glad I didn't go there because the roof, you know, I mean, we know we shot Simon, so, yeah. I mean, I guess it's a completely different path, right, if we go on the roof instead of the kitchen. It seemed the kitchen was... I was expecting to be able to do both. I'm not mad that the game took a turn and prevented me from doing both, right? Because it's sort of... In this case, it makes sense. Like, the logical sort of evolution of the narrative there with the deviant being suddenly attacking us and everything going to, you know, going crazy kind of makes sense. I don't hate that. Rush the deviant. So I'm not... Hold on. I'm a little confused because I think the option I picked was save Hank, but it didn't feel like that's what happened. I didn't try to save him, right? It seemed like I attacked instead. Oh, wow. I actually couldn't... I was spamming that fucking square button, by the way, when I was there.
Connor, are you okay? I tried to stop it, but I was too late.
Interesting. So apparently I didn't do anything. I just rushed by default, right? I think that's what it did, yeah. But when you see me hovering over the square button, I was spamming it, right? I was legitimately spamming it. So I don't know what happened there. Well, that's a bit annoying, but oh well. It's just one of those things with the way the UI works in those games. It never works quite as well as you would hope, fortunately. At least no one died. Oh shit, Karen. Alright, see you later, Rian King. Yeah, I mean, it's a little annoying because then it feels like my decision wasn't taken into account, right? Which makes me feel less connected to the story if my decision wasn't taken into account, but oh well, I guess. I took too long to think, I guess. This looks really fucking cool. Look at this. Love it. Kinda looks like where I live in Switzerland during the winter, save for the wind engines.
Hello? I'm looking for Rose. Is she here?
What do you want with her?
I need to talk to her.
She doesn't want to talk. Go away.
Please, I really need to see her.
I'm Rose. What can I do for you?
Why was the guy so hostile for?
I was told you could help us.
Help you?
Oh, was he maybe doubting that we were an android and thought we were, you know, maybe a cop or something? I don't know.
Come on. It's better if we talk inside.
Okay, this guy doesn't like androids, it seems. Maybe he's worried about it. I don't know if it's his mom or whatever. Maybe he's worried.
You think we can trust him?
Trust or distrust? Trust.
You don't have a choice.
Maybe he's worried that his mom is putting herself in danger by helping androids and all that. That'd be a decent explanation, I guess. Wait, why haven't you collected all the fucking pumpkins? It's November! What are you waiting for? Those pumpkins should be inside right now. It should have turned into soup in October. Those are animal snacks now, yeah. Where are we even going? Canada, apparently, suck in a jar, is the plan for Kara. Which again, like, I think there could be something interesting about this storyline, the theme of family and all that. What bothers me about it is that it feels very disconnected to the rest of the narrative. Like, the Marcus stuff and the Connor stuff always sort of felt connected. As soon as Kara escapes Connor in that one scene, it feels like we're completely disconnected from the rest of the story, which is not necessarily bad. In a story, by the way, to have like one arc that sort of feels outside of the rest, but I'm gonna repeat myself a lot. It needs to be thematically linked if you do something like that. Otherwise, it's definitely gonna feel like a different story. And I don't think we're gonna really get there with this one, but we'll see.
Come in. What's your name?
Alice.
She's running a fever.
We've spent the last few nights outside. She's exhausted.
There's a spare room upstairs. You can put her to bed and I'll bring her something to eat. Adam, will you show them upstairs?
So she's probably not an android if she has a fever, right? So I'm not sure what Luther was implying when he said, did you notice something strange about her? Follow Adam upstairs. I read the book on the table. A nice house. Reminds me of Jodie's house in when she was a child in Detroit and beyond. So at some point we're gonna have to talk about the main sort of idea that should be the thematic link between all those stories, which is, you know, the definition of what it means to be human, right? How do those androids sort of become human? That's the title of the game, and probably one of the main, presumably one of the main themes of the game, which is how do you define humanity, right? The theme of humanity and what it means. I'm just not sure the game's doing a really good job at that. I have to think about it more. I probably need to see the ending of every storyline before I can really have a proper fully formed opinion about it. But we're gonna have to talk about it, because I'm definitely seeing some issues if that's the theme they're going for. But
I'm fine, Kara. We can't stop because of me. We've got to get across the border.
reassure, explain, say nothing.
You need rest. Get a good night's sleep and we'll set off again tomorrow.
Why do humans hate us? We didn't do anything wrong.
I love she said human. Scared, unhappy, misunderstanding.
Maybe they're just scared. People are always scared of what they don't know.
Why can't we just talk to each other? They'd see we're not bad.
Wait, she says we. Am I supposed to understand that she she's an android or considers herself as such? Like, This is an interesting little... Okay, this actually, if she's actually human, but starts seeing herself as an android by virtue of being close to Kara and the other androids, that's an interesting angle in terms of questioning what, you know, the humanity of the characters, right? Step android, yeah. The only woman android, the version of humanity. Seems like Kara is being casted an already restrictive role that is applied to women in our society, which, you know, I don't think it's necessarily... Look, I understand where you're coming from, of course. I think it's not necessarily a bad idea to approach the humanity of Kara as... through the lens of her maternal behavior or maternal instinct. It is... You know, even though it's not a universal experience, it is very much a, you know, like a major part of mankind, right? Parenthood and all of that. Now, obviously, yes, she isn't much beyond that. And that's something I've complained about already. She's not really a character outside of that archetype, right? And the only other really significant woman character we have is North. And so far, North hasn't been much of a character either. And I'm kind of concerned that North is just here to be, I'm sorry to say, to be a trophy hookup for the player through Marcus. I really feel like there's going to be an unnecessary love, sex, whatever scene between Marcus and North. Especially with the way we've been going when North is, you know... Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely... I'm also feeling that it's going to end up being a woman by Cage situation, for sure. We'll see. Maybe I'm wrong, but... There's not a lot of variety there. And again, I'm looking at this from the... you know, through the prism of having played the previous 3 games. There's a pattern there, right? It's not just this game in a vacuum. There's a very, very rough pattern of how women characters are being written in those games. Where so far, Jodie has been the only exception. And even then, the character of Jodie had a lot of moments that were very questionable, especially in the later parts of the story, where, you know, with the forced relationship with Brian and all that, you know. Yeah. I don't know. It's not a good look, unfortunately, if you look at the pattern and the repeating stereotypes and all that, right? Over the course of all 4 games. Yeah. But anyway, you know, let's see where it goes. There's hope yet. There's hope yet. Optimistic, sincere, pessimistic. I'm going to be sincere, as always.
I don't know. I really don't know.
I don't know what you like, but I made you Rose's world-famous spaghetti.
Well,
You'll
that
be
was
back
quick.
on your feet in no time. There's something for her fever.
Thank you.
You made spaghetti in 5 minutes.
Washed and dried.
Suggest eating, kiss goodnight, leave. Suggest eating.
You need to eat something. You haven't had anything since we left.
Yeah, that was yesterday's spaghetti.
You'll try?
In the microwave, for sure.
I'll be downstairs if you need anything.
Why do I have to either... Okay, see, I mean, I fucking hate this. I hate this. Why do I have to choose between suggesting her to eat something or kissing her goodnight? Any normal person would do both. This is not a logical choice that makes any sort of sense. It doesn't add anything to the gameplay or the story. Why is that a choice? I fucking hate this shit. It always does it in every fucking game. I'm striking it. I don't care. I'm also giving a retroactive kudos for the scene where Connor got his main thing removed, that core reactor or whatever. I don't remember how they call it, but when he got that removed from him, that scene was intense as fuck. I liked it. I'm giving kudos for that. Yeah.
Get some sleep, and tomorrow you'll be stronger than me.
Luther is a better dad than Kara is a mother right now. Luther should be the main character of this story.
I'll stay with her a while.
See? Dude! That guy's been on screen for 5 minutes and he's already a more interesting character. He's expressing the theme of family better than Kara right now. That's not fully true. He's fine. I like him as a character. He has that sort of gentle giant vibe to him. However, he doesn't really have much of a characterization either, right? He doesn't have much in terms of motivations, stakes. Is another android who unfortunately doesn't have much of a backstory or anything. I am really excited to play The Last of Us after this and talk about the characters while we play The Last of Us, and see if I just have rose-tinted glasses when it comes to The Last of Us, or if it's gonna be so obvious what a good, well-developed, well-written character feels and looks like in a game. We'll see.
I didn't get your name.
I'm Kara.
This is my son, Adam.
I wanted
I'm
to
Rose, but you know that already.
look at the magazine.
Come and have a seat, Kara.
Can I take the magazine first? No? God damn it.
So are you gonna tell me what a deviant's doing in the snow with a little girl?
Cautious or sincere? Sincere.
Her father was beating her. When I saw what was happening, something snapped inside of me. All of a sudden, I felt like her life was more important than mine. I had to protect her. So we ran away.
I understand.
Why help many deviants? Rose, thanks. Why help?
Why are you helping us? Most humans hate androids.
My people were often made to feel their lives were worthless. Some survived, but only because they found others who helped them along the way.
Many deviants? Rose.
You and your son live here alone.
If I have to make
My
choices.
husband passed away 2 years ago. Adam and I, we've just been trying to scrape by. We grow vegetables to sell at the market. We'll never be rich, but there's always food on the table.
Yeah, with all those pumpkins dying outside, I wonder how you... I wonder how you survive, because that was a lot of food wasted. Yeah, there's a dissonance there, Colette, right? Between the visual storytelling and the actual storytelling. Hey, maybe it's conserving them in the minus, below zero temperatures. Yeah, nature's freezer, exactly. Yeah, no, obviously it's a, nonsense. In November, your pumpkins need to have been sold or prepared, or they're probably already rotting. Pumpkins, I don't know, maybe in other climates. I don't know what the climate is in Detroit, but in Switzerland, your pumpkins need to be dealt with by mid-October. Yeah. So I think this is, I don't hate this scene. I think I understand what the scene is going for. Again, it's one of those heavy-handed analogy and reference to obviously the United States racial history. It's not very subtle, but I don't know. I think it works. Like the emotional notes are for now at least they're hitting the correct notes, I think, with the emotional tone of the scene so far. I like the sort of setup and the character of Rose. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I don't. Yeah, exactly. I don't think it's trying to be subtle about it, right? Chipmunk with even the reference being made on the title screen and all that. It's being pretty open with it, which I think is fine, right? I mean, again, I personally prefer when games are a bit more subtle with their analogies and all that. But I understand sometimes you want to make it clear so that everyone gets it, so to speak. Many deviants.
We're not the first ones to come here.
These past few weeks, we've seen more and more. I don't know what's going on, but something's happening.
Border.
We've heard you help androids cross the border. Can you help us?
The only way is over the river, and it's mostly frozen in winter. It's very risky. And after that android speech on TV, everybody's on edge.
Oh, shit.
It's probably safer for you to stay here until things settle down.
Insist, no choice.
We can't keep hiding like this.
No choice.
Alice needs to feel safe and have a normal life. We have to get across that border. No matter what. Please. You've got to help us.
The music is great.
Rose, come quickly.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Quickly, read the magazine. Not actually interactable. Shit. Check what's going on. Ooh, the music with the...
What's going on?
The strings there.
It's Mary. She just shut down.
Oh.
We escaped together. We used to talk about what we would do once we got across the border. I loved her. I loved her more than anything. What will I do without her?
Let's let them be.
On the wall it says RA9 will show us the way.
Alice? What are you doing? You should be resting.
I wasn't sleepy.
It's okay.
She didn't want to stay in her room any longer. You all right, Kara?
Yes. I'm fine.
The music is really good. Holy crap. That may be my favorite track of the game so far. Yeah, I don't know, Sorrow. Of course, it's an interesting question, right? Here, like, it's the crux of every question about
We can't hide them.
Android consciousness, which I'm sure we'll get a chance to talk about during the finale stream on Thursday, right? Because we have that last question of the survey that's precisely about that topic. So, yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, does it matter? We'll have to talk about all that stuff then. But I mean, I guess it's part of the scene here, so we can also talk about it. But I don't know. I feel like the reaction of that android there was pretty. It was a bit of a toned down reaction, right? It wasn't much of an emotional outburst. Which, you know, some people, that's how they react in the face of such a situation, but... Yeah, I think I think I sort of agree with both Chipmunk and Naz here, right? Is ultimately, if they think it's real to them, how can we prove it's not? And what right do we have to say it's not, right? In the same way as, you know, we tend to attribute all those qualities to our emotions, and you know, we talk about the soul and the heart and all those things, but ultimately, what if, scientifically speaking, most people would agree that it's just freaking like synapses firing in our brains. It's just electrical signals leading us to feel those things. I don't think that's very different than androids having electrical, you know, electronic circuits leading them to think they feel those emotions. There's no way to prove that our emotions are more real than theirs, if you know what I mean, right? But that's the thing, though. How would you know the difference from a first-person perspective? How do you know that the emotions you feel right now are something more than just electrical signals in your brain? Which there's a very good chance that they are, right? By the way, there's a very good chance that the soul doesn't exist, that anything else than just electrical signals in your brain exists. You are nothing more than a flesh android. There's a very good chance that this is actually the reality of what we are, right? We're a flesh machine, an organic machine, and in no way different than those androids with, you know, electronic parts on a fundamental level, right? There's a chance that this is the reality, and to us, our emotions are very real. They feel like they're not just, you know, they feel more than just dumb electrical signals, right? But so ultimately, if they are under the impression that what they feel is real, which is very much what the game is presenting it as, right? We are playing the androids, and they very much seem to be feeling those things and declaring themselves as alive and real, right? So who are we to say they're not, right? But that's exactly the point, Sorrow. You understand how that's exactly the point, right? The androids are exactly like you. They do believe that there's more to it than just circuits, and that their emotions are just as real as the humans. and ultimately it doesn't matter what reality is, right? Only one's perception of ourself. I think, therefore I am. But how do you know that you feel something? Explain to me how you know you feel something. Do you have any measurable proof that you feel something? What's up, Atherma? What's up, Marik? I know I feel something because my mood ring changes color. I haven't thought about mood rings in like 30 years, probably. Yeah, but I mean, that's a completely different conversation, Marik, right? What we call currently AI is not AI. I think it really has nothing to do with the, you know, situation in the game we're addressing. The game situation is very different. We have most likely sentient beings, right, that demonstrate agency, self-awareness, and emotions. What's up, Noger? Like, I don't know if Soro's typing a long answer or if he got taken away, but it's my subjective experience, no doubt about that. Back to what I said about feelings. Well, sure, yeah, but my point is ultimately what I was trying to get at there is that the only way you can, you can't prove that your emotions are real, right? And from like a purely human perspective, you could be lying about them, right? Just to put that on the table. You could be lying about your emotions. A lot of people do. So the only way I can know your emotions are real and that you're feeling them is because I believe you. I trust you to be telling me the truth, and I trust that what I'm seeing when I'm looking at you is real, right? It doesn't matter what generates those emotions. It doesn't matter if it's something spiritual, if we have a soul. It doesn't matter if it's just electrical signals in your brain. Your emotions are real by virtue of just, you know, being manifested. Your feelings are real. What you feel as a human being, it doesn't matter why you feel it. What you feel is valid and real, right? And so I think in that regard, if you look at the androids in this game from the perspective of the androids, it is just the same. They believe what they're feeling is real. They demonstrate emotions that seem real to the outside observer. It doesn't really matter what triggers them. It doesn't matter if it's just a bunch of, you know, neural networks and, you know, electronic pathways or whatever, or if they somehow manage to create something that is superior than their artificial flesh, if that makes sense. In the same way that some humans believe that we are capable of, that there's a possibility that there's something more than just the observable matter, right? When we talk about the soul, we're talking about something that is immeasurable, something that's above the measurable and observable matter, right? this belief that somehow we're blessed with something more than that. Maybe there's something similar with the androids. Who says that couldn't happen to them, right? In the same way that it happened to us. There's nothing saying that if it can happen to us, it can happen to them, right? It is the same principle. Ultimately, like scientifically speaking, we're just a bunch of matter that was just, you know, put together and eventually we became humans. We're stardust, right? They're also stardust, just a different form of it, right? So nothing says that the same thing that happened to us could happen to them. If, again, if we assume that the soul is a real thing. And assuming the soul is a real thing, for instance, and if it waited for humans to exist to then inhabit us, who says the same thing couldn't inhabit androids as soon as they reach a certain form of existence, right? It's not like there's definite rules for how it works, right? So. Yeah, I mean, the RA9 thing is very interesting. I'm looking forward to see what exactly it is, right? If it's a weird, you know, virus that is turning them all into deviancy, that could be an interesting thing, or if it's something that they actually created, you know. But obviously we need to be careful about the conversations there because we don't want to get into spoiler stuff, so. Evolution created systems that guided us to survive. Well, that is not true. That's not how it works. It's the other way around, Sorrow. Evolution forced those that showed those systems, that displayed those systems, to survive, right? That allowed those to survive. It didn't create anything out of nowhere, right? So those emotions, feelings and emotions were always there, right? They were there, and those things. Fear allowed some people to, like, some, you know, I think it is. I think you're wrong there. Unless I'm misunderstanding your argument, I think that's fundamental to it. It was always there. It was part of, you know, the original, you know. So either you assume that those things are just part of the flesh material that we are, right? Or you assume that it's something else, more spiritual. Are you arguing that DNA has feelings? No. Are you? I'm arguing that feelings could be, I'm just saying, I'm not saying is, could be just a word we decided to put to describe chemical reactions that are happening in our bodies. And that's it. That's one way to look at it. Or you could look at it from a more spiritual point of view and assume that we have souls and all of that. And there's something more to it, right? There's, you know, the feelings are something intangible, immaterial, that doesn't only translate into something that's working on a biological level, right? What's up, Nero? Yeah, that's my point, Bloodflowers. If you accept that emotions are just the chemical reactions in our brain, then yes, an android electrical, you know, the way we would be the same as, the androids are the same as us, except one is biological, the other is artificial. But it's the same thing, fundamentally, right? That's one way to look at it, which I think makes sense. I think the other side of things, which I'm thinking is the one Sorrow is arguing in favor of is that there's something more to humans than just that, right? There's something spiritual about it. Emotions and feelings go beyond just the biological aspects of human beings. And if that's not the case, then I misunderstood Sora's point, which could be the case. And in which case, maybe the androids couldn't have that aspect, right? That thing couldn't exist in them. Potentially. Or it could. Because if it happened to humans, maybe it can happen to another form of, another form of quote-unquote life, right? Ultimately, androids, just like humans, are another way in which matter is assembled to form something that appears alive by the definition of, what we consider to be alive, which is a very human definition as well, right? But ultimately, everything in the universe is just matter forming in a specific way. That thing is self-awareness, yeah, but again, I think, and again, that there's several ways of looking at that. I'm not saying you're wrong or anything. I'm just saying we don't have conclusive proof of one or the other. So I think we have to accept that maybe androids are displaying true self-awareness the same way we are. Because what if we're wrong? What if we don't think they do, and what if we're wrong? Just like we've been in the past with different animals or even human, Homo sapiens races, right? We've been wrong with that in the past. There's no real risk, I don't think, in giving them the benefit of the doubt, right? I don't think there's any inherent risk to it. I'm not saying it can't lead to issues. Of course it can, probably, right? But it doesn't have to. I think the risk of being wrong there is a lot worse. But yeah, I mean, ultimately, it comes down to a lot of, and I'm sure we'll have to talk about that more when we get to the last question of the survey on Thursday, right? Is ultimately it comes down, there's a lot of like personal beliefs in there. I'm someone I'm not closed off to the idea of spirituality. I think there's a lot of interesting stuff there. But ultimately, gun to my head, if I had to make a choice, I'm looking at it, gun to my head, if you ask me if the spiritual exists or not, and I have to give you an answer, otherwise I get shot, I'm gonna go with no, right? If I had to make a bet and I was forced to do it. I don't like making that decision because I think it's more interesting to be open, but gun to my head, I would have to go with no. The spiritual doesn't exist. It is, to me, there's more of a chance that ultimately it is just the way we try to make sense of the things we're not able to comprehend because we're too fucking dumb as human beings to comprehend a lot of things in the universe and in the world, right? So we're trying to make sense of it in whatever way we can, and I think spirituality is a result of that. And I don't mean that in a way that diminishes it. I don't think it's a a stupid belief or a bad belief. I think it's great. But yeah, I mean, if I could decide, I would love for it to be real. I would love for the soul to be a real thing. I would love for the afterlife to be a real thing. I would love for all of those things to be real. I think it's more fun that way. I think it's more exciting that way. I think it's more hopeful. It's more optimistic. But again, like if I was asked to say what I believe is more likely, I think the pragmatic route is the one I would take, probably. There's just it just feels like there's more apparent evidence to it, right? But that's obviously already a biased opinion, because it means you just, you put credit, you put more trust in science, as maybe science deserves sometimes. Because there's a lot of science is speculative, right? There's not a lot of certainty. So, I don't know. But here's the funny thing, though. I will never know if I'm right. I will never know that I was right, because when I'm dead, and that's it. Now, if I'm wrong, I will be aware of it, because when I die, something's gonna happen, probably, right? Unless it happens in a way that you're not aware of, which is possible. What's up, Kimmy? Yeah, I mean, I would be happy to hear about it, Sorrow. And again, I'm not saying you shouldn't hold your beliefs, right? I very much think your beliefs are just as valid as anyone else, right? And it's totally fine, I don't have anything against it. I guess I'm just preparing you for the idea that, I'm pretty sure you're not, that's not your intent. But if your intent is to try to convince me through your personal experience, you're not going to get there. But I'm sure that's not your intent, right? I've had enough experience. Like, I've had some experiences that made me question some things sometimes. And one of them was when I lost my dad. I still remember very strongly when I was sitting in the corner of that room, were members of the family all around, and my dad was on his deathbed, and I remember the moment I realized he was gone. And I remember having such a strange feeling of it was like there was an overwhelming feeling of relief and almost joy the moment that happened. And it was as if I could legitimately feel some sort of energy passing through me and then leaving. And that was something like, when I was experiencing it, I could, I was like, this feels like some real fucking shit that's happening, right? And I remember feeling very at peace with that moment, because I was like, you know what? There's no more suffering and there's no more pain, and he's going to be at peace. And I've never, like, there's not a lot of moments in my life where I felt such relief than at that moment. And I remember my mom was very sad, and I remember she was crying, and, and I remember thinking, like, I wish she could see what I'm seeing, because it was such a strong feeling of like just being at peace with it, which obviously, was very different for them, for her, right? Because of, her life companion just passed. But I don't know. It was a strange feeling, but ultimately, you know, it doesn't make me. It's one of those things that, you know, keeps me open, I guess. But it doesn't like push me all the way to like, again, like if I had to make a choice between, I'm very happy to sit on that fence, I guess. It keeps me open, but I'm you know, obviously I'm still leaning towards, you know, who knows what happens in those moments of like very strong bursts of emotions in our freaking like biological computer in there, right? So but yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's definitely things I think about. Like if you read my books, my books are fucking like they're filled with spiritual stuff, which clearly means that it's something that appeals to me, right? And it's always flirting that I really like flirting that, you know, like going on that line between science and faith, science and spirituality. I love like skirting that line in my writing. But they're in French, Bloodflowers, yeah. Is that always something that's done by someone else, or is there a possibility you translate your own work? It's unlikely that I would translate my own work because there's actual professional translators, right, that do that job much better than I could probably. Now, based on the fact that I'm, you know, I'm half decent in English, I could probably get away with it. Now, the problem is, you know, my publisher wouldn't do it themselves. They don't sell English books, right? So it would need to be a deal made with another publisher who would publish English books. The problem is when it gets to that, they probably have their own translators that they know and want to work with. They wouldn't want to work with me even if I'm the author of the book, right? Because they have their own sort of they already have their own people that work for them. Now, obviously, since my English is pretty good, I could probably have a good relationship with an eventual translator and, you know, help them with the translation and maybe, you know, make sure that it really carries the spirit of what I'm going for. So that would be great. But yeah, I mean, it's very unlikely that it's ever going to happen. Not a lot of French books get translated. So. Anyway, let me resume the scene there.
Not after what those deviants did today. It's too dangerous. Do you know what happened if the police find them here?
Okay, he is worried.
Prison, Mom.
Yeah.
Do you understand me? Prison.
Adam, we've already talked about this.
Oh no!
Oh yeah, by the way, $10. Thank you for gifting a sub to Noger and Person. Thank you for gifting a sub to Monivida. Thank you so much for the contribution, guys. I'm sorry, $10 that I missed yours earlier. I was focused on what I was talking about. But thank you very much for the support, guys. Means a lot. Thank you. November's been rough so far, so it really helps. Thank you so much. Noger and Monivida, you will be remembered. Thank you.
I won't back down this time. You're gonna ruin our lives, and for what? For a bunch of machines?
They are not machines! They are alive!
I'm alive! You're alive! They're nothing! And none of this would be happening if Dad was still here.
I will not stand for that kind of talk!
I'm not going to prison because you want to help these freaks!
That is enough, Adam! That's enough!
Oh, damn. That actress is putting in the work. She has 5 minutes on screen and she's gonna make it count.
Sometimes he just boils over.
That was really good.
It's been hard since his dad passed away. But he's a fine boy. I'll go see about getting you across the border tonight, okay? You stay here. I won't be long.
Ooh. Yeah, I got goosebumps there. That was amazing, that performance there. What's up, Trim? Who would win at World War III? Bonus culture, why bankers pay themselves so much. If fighting does break out in the Arctic, who's going to win? America has less access to the area, but it's surrounded by its allies. Russia has a head start on technology. Their androids can work in sub-zero conditions. Oh shit, Russia has androids too. The US Navy is stocked with Trojan and Myrmidon Cyberlife units, which are specially adapted for marine combat, where Russians have invested heavily in ice cutter units capable of forging new paths through the solid ice. Both armies seem evenly matched, and Harry Grayton, president of the World Council of Territorial Disputation, has described both US and Russian claims to Arctic territory as equally tenuous and equally cynical. A spokesperson for the UN has also commented on the neck-and-neck nature of the Arctic competition. The fact that forces are so evenly balanced is just one more reason why conflict must be avoided at all costs. This is a war that everybody would lose. Okay. Treat yourself. AX400 starting at 899? See, there's no way. Those prices are so unrealistic. You had a 9 at the end of it, and maybe we're talking. Inflation? Makes no sense. That's less than a cell phone, yeah. Uh-oh.
The police.
Oh, shit.
It's the police. What are we gonna do? They know we're here. We have to open the door.
Hurry, Luther. Take Alice and hide.
I knew this was gonna happen.
Upstairs.
Upstairs.
I knew it.
Come on, Alice.
Find evidence of deviance 4 left? What the fuck? Why do I have so little time? I mean, I get it, but Jesus. Yeah, just close the door. That's gonna be great. 2 left. One left. And I have 14 seconds. What's the fucking last? That's something. Four seconds. Oh no. We're doomed. Well, I did what I could.
Good evening, ma'am. Sorry to disturb
you. Oh,
you.
it's that guy! Let's go! It's that guy! This is my favorite guy. He's been there every time. He was the cop in Fahrenheit. He was the cop in Beyond Two Souls. He was Paco in Heavy Rain. Love him.
We've had reports of androids in the area. With all this deviant business going on, you can't be too careful. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? May I come in?
Of course.
You could just say no, by the way.
Evening, young man.
Good evening.
I should reassure him. He's very stressed and nervous.
Would you like a cup of coffee?
I'd love one. Have you noticed anything unusual recently? Any
Find evidence. Oh God, I have a second chance.
expected visitors?
No. No, nothing in particular.
That's kind of cool. The fact that you have one more chance to...
Is anyone else in the house?
There's my daughter. She's asleep upstairs.
Do you have any androids here?
No, there are no androids here.
I should have maybe said yes. In case Luther is found, right? I'm really not sure what the fucking last one is supposed to be, dude. I'm stuck behind him. That's great.
Thanks.
You're welcome. What the fuck is the last one? Dude, this is blowing my mind right now. I don't understand.
Your daughter seems to have woken up.
Find evidence of deviance. One more. Is that the thing all the way there? Wait. Oh, that's the magazine, right? Am I supposed to... How is that... Okay. Dude. How is me watching a magazine for an ad evidence of deviance? What? Can I not watch a magazine that talks about... Has your face? Listen. Hear me out. First of all, thank you, $10. You're the only person who actually made sense here. Second of all, if it's an ad and there's a ton of models that look exactly like me to the point that a simple look would be enough to recognize, again, I ask, why am I even hiding it? He's seen my model before, if there's hundreds of us out there. If he doesn't recognize me from the first look, I don't think an ad in a magazine is going to make any difference. Also, frankly, I looked at, like, I know it's the same model, but I was looking at the ad earlier and I was like, it doesn't actually look like Kara's. Unlike some we've seen earlier in the game, but I guess I was wrong. Yeah, exactly. I changed my hair color. That's what I mean, though. If they all have exactly the same face, then the fact that it's on the magazine doesn't change anything. He's seen my model before. He probably has one. So either they have different models in the same line, which we've seen, like the same line of androids having different faces. You noticed it immediately? I want to look at it again. I mean, it looks similar. I'm not going to say otherwise. But it felt to me like it was the same model, looked similar, but slightly different. But maybe I'm obviously wrong in this case. Maybe I got too used to the haircut. Let me hide the... Yeah, no, I feel like there's something a little different with the mouth, maybe? I don't know. Like this model, their lips look fuller than mine, it feels. I don't know. I legitimately, I'm not kidding, right? Obviously, I'm wrong since all of you saw that it was the exact same model, but my understanding was that, oh, it's a similar model, but it looks a little different. So that's why I didn't think it was a problem. But again, it doesn't solve my main issue with this. If that's the case, then he should just recognize me anyway. But anyway, that's another problem, I guess.
What's your name, son?
Adam. My name is Adam.
Oh, God.
Is everything all right, Adam?
The androids,
He needs a rest. He's been working in the garden all day.
Do you know anything about deviants? Have you seen any?
No.
Talk about the ones on
haven't
TV
seen
or
anything.
something. Say you're scared about the ones on TV. It's such an easy explanation.
I better go. Thanks for the coffee. Have a nice evening.
Oh! Oh, fuck off!
Is somebody else in the house?
Washing machine.
It's nothing, the washing machine. It's an old model, it makes a terrible racket.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
Oh, let's go!
Good evening, ma'am. Good evening, Adam.
I'm so good at lying.
He's gone.
It's okay, Alice.
Like, look at my character's lips! Kara has particularly thin lips. The one on the fucking magazine had, like, you know, was yassified or something. It's like Kara through a Bratz filter. I'm exaggerating, but... Disagree? Okay, well... What can I say? I was clearly wrong. Also, I feel like Kara has a little bump on her nose, and the one in the magazine had a little trumpet nose. I don't know.
It's Rose.
Get yourselves ready. We leave tonight.
Okay, I will say though, yeah, maybe to sell more things. I will say the fact that you had to search for the things, and I was like, oh my god, I don't have a lot of time. This is stressful. And then you get another chance when you're supposed to make coffee. That was pretty clever, as a way to sort of, you know, stress you out at first and then give you a second chance. Unrealistic android body standards in magazines. Yep. That was a decent chapter. I actually think that was okay. Man, I really missed a lot of stuff with exploring the house. And see, that's what I mean. I shouldn't have read the magazine. I spent so long reading the magazine that I wasn't able to do anything else. I hate hidden timers. That's one thing in the David Cage games that I really fucking hate. It's those hidden timers. They're so annoying. Especially in a situation that doesn't indicate that it should be stressful or timed or time limited, right? Just let me explore the fucking house. God. Not everything needs to be an excuse for replayability. Policeman sees the article? Oh, wait, did he actually see the article? Uh-oh. He didn't ask anything. Oh, maybe the article was the second one? I don't know. Anyway, he was fooled. That's all that matters. We got him. Let's go. World stats. 81%. Hell yeah.
Our broadcast is all over the news. Now humans know. They took Marcus's message as a threat.
He did the right thing. This is the only language humans understand.
Violence is never the answer. A confrontation will get us nowhere. Simon paid with his life.
Simon gave his life for our cause.
What difference does that make?
He's a hero. He died for the revolution, and he won't be the last.
I don't want a revolution that spills blood.
Then live as a slave. Because if you're not willing to fight for your freedom, maybe you don't deserve it.
North, don't you
That's enough!
And now what are we gonna do?
Okay, I was expecting him to say something. He just wanted them to shut up,
There
I
are
guess.
5 CyberLife stores across Detroit. All selling us like merchandise. We're gonna attack those stores and set our people free.
Attack stores? No, we've never done that before. They're probably protected. They have security systems.
We break into 5 teams, 1 for each store. We hack their security systems, and we strike. Simultaneously at 2 a.m., no violence. We free our people, get them out of there before the police come.
Okay. See? Now we know what the plan is. Wouldn't that have been easy for the previous mission? Oh, shit. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, so we're gonna free the people from, like, the stores and all that. That's interesting. I like that. That's pretty cool. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is gonna have to be for the next episode. All right, everyone. Oh, wait.
I was wondering, are we friends?
She said, we've been playing for a while now. I've been wondering, are we friends? I didn't expect that. I mean, I don't think so. She hasn't said much, right? I'm gonna go with no. She hasn't told me much. She's only telling me like stupid facts from time to time. No, we're not.
Oh, I see. No problem.
She compliments my decor every day. Well, whatever. All right. Thank you everyone for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. Was a lot of yapping tonight. We didn't make that much progress. It's making me doubt that I can finish next time. So the plan is for the next stream to be the final one on Thursday. That means no stream tomorrow, and then the finale on Thursday. My intention was that I don't want to what do you mean no? What? Come on. I don't want to I want to end on Thursday so that Sunday we can start The Last of Us, right? What's up, Aluchez? But it feels based on like the narrative stuff. Well, actually, it kind of does feel like we're approaching a sort of conclusion. I don't know. Just take Thursday off if you finish. Well, the problem is then it's 3 days in a row, and generally, like historically, my Wednesdays have been a lot worse than my Thursdays. So if I'm gonna take a day off, it's gonna be probably Wednesday. When are you starting Disco, by the way? Tomorrow. Cool. Yeah, I think that's more likely the play, Chipmunk. I'm gonna take tomorrow off. We're gonna come back on Thursday for what I'm thinking will be the finale of Detroit Become Human. If it's not, for whatever reason, I'll do an extra stream on Friday. If need be. But I think I can go late on Thursday. I'll just go late if I need to. We'll try to be a bit more active on Friday. We'll on Thursday. Sorry, we'll go through those things a little bit more. I mean, it's a David Cage game. You never know. It may just accelerate and end within an hour. I'm just guesstimating, I guess, based on like the narrative structure. But yeah. How are you, Tibor? Good to see you, as always. Anyway, that's gonna be it for me tonight, guys. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. Thank you, everyone, for the resubs, gift subs, raid, Brendan. I truly appreciate you all. So, reminder: no stream tomorrow, and then I will be back on Thursday for what I'm expecting to be the finale of Detroit Become Human and the Cage-a-thon. It's gonna be a whole thing. Thursday, last stream of the Cage-a-thon, and then on Sunday we begin The Last of Us Part 1. I'm excited. I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys on Thursday, and until then, remember me, and I will remember you.